everybody. This is your host, Oddjob Entertainment. We should be live in 3 locations on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble.com. How are we doing tonight? Discord got a new update. It now allows Onyx as a new color profile. Basically just darker. Let's see. Where'd it go? Appearance. Yeah, so this is dark from before, and now you have darker. So I don't know. It works. Basically, I think if you make an app in today's modern age, you have to have a dark mode. Like, I'm going to play with your eyes for a minute here. Get ready for this. Ah! Oh my gosh! I mean, you can just flashbang someone by switching between these different options. Light mode. Oh my gosh! I can just feel viewers retreating if they were watching. So, I won't do that anymore. Dark mode. Super dark mode. I need you to arrange these into colors black and darker black. I don't know how many people are going to get this, but anyone remember the dark white video of a police sketch? Sorry, Morris. I won't torture your eyes anymore. Let's close that out. We don't need that. And first thing I want to get to is Bambu Labs released a new printer. It's the H2D. I've talked about it on my channel before. I've been a little critical of Bambu Labs as of late because of some of the changes that they've been making with their policy updates, firmware requirements, and stuff like that. H2D was an opportunity for them to alleviate some of those concerns. They didn't take that, unfortunately, so for that reason alone, I'm probably out for this printer, but I do want to talk about it, talk about what it does well, because it does do a lot of things well, and then talk about what my lingering concerns are. To set that up, let's check out the video.
Making is in our DNA. It's what defines us. But along the way, many of us stop.
And I'm going to pause this as we go because I'm sure you guys have, if you're watching me, you've probably already seen this video. And I just want to kind of hit the keynotes as we go so I don't have to spend all night on this. Over here, we have a new vision system. So you have a downward facing camera that watches what you print as you print so it can keep a better eye on things. This is also used in the vision calibration that it does for itself. And it uses these graphics on the front of the nozzle to tell itself what it has equipped. So there shouldn't be any disconnect between what you have equipped versus what the software thinks you have equipped. So they've been doing some cool stuff with that. All right, we can see clearly it's a dual extrusion machine. You have 2 print heads side by side.
Making things for ourselves. Now is the time to rediscover that spirit and bring back personal manufacturing.
With a 10 watt and a 40 watt laser module.
So what exactly is a personal manufacturing hub? Well, that's me, the Bambu Lab H2D.
And now they have Kevin permanently embodied inside the H2D. He's not allowed to leave. He comes with it, and you have to keep him with you. So he's going to call himself H2D, but his name's actually Kevin.
And behind me are the Johnsons. Let me show you how they're realizing their personal manufacturing dreams. Hey, Mr. Johnson, what are you working on?
I'm making a custom bike saddle and helmet.
Oh, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Maybe should have reconsidered that one. Anytime we're talking about making safety equipment with a 3D printer, I get a little nervous. It's up to Mr. Johnson whether he's going to trust the helmet. I don't think that he'll really have a claim if he did try to sue Bambu, saying, well, they said I could make a bike helmet out of this thing. One, he would probably die if he actually had to use that helmet as intended. And two, they're not actually stating that it comes with any safety certification, but don't make a bike helmet with your 3D printer. Just get a helmet. They aren't that expensive, and it's much better to have a guaranteed product that's been rigorously tested in a lab, not just something that you printed on your printer.
I need gear that's sturdy, comfortable, and perfectly fit to me.
All right, let's talk
Bike
jump.
saddle, that's
To make
fine.
this custom bike saddle, we're going to use my dual nozzle system. I can print with 2 different materials simultaneously, rigid and soft. This means the saddle can be printed as a single piece with soft cushioning built right in. Now, onto our bike helmet. Let's get your head measurements. Look how we were able to print the entire helmet all in one go.
Oh, see those numbers? 350 by 320 by 325. We'll come back to that.
Now, let's go make some reflective decals. I'll cut them perfectly to fit around your helmet.
I do like the drag knife
With me on
idea.
the job,
I would
you're
really
getting
like
the
to
helmet
get one.
you've been waiting for.
Let's take this for a ride.
Ride like the wind, but maybe don't go too fast. We're still figuring out how to 3D print Band-Aids.
And your helmet is not
Hey
safety
Jane,
approved.
what's up?
I'm all about personalizing my look. You see, I'm trying to make a pair of sneakers that are gonna match the color of my outfit. This thick TPU seems tricky. How do you handle a design this complex?
I am really excited about the AMS 2.0 and the AMS HT. I would directly benefit from these because I do already have an X1C, and this does alleviate some of the problems I've been having with the AMS. Last week, I actually just cut a giant hole in the bottom of it so I could actually just get easy access to those Bowden tubes. They finally fixed that with the AMS 2 or with the AMS Pro, and now it has a heated function. I pre-ordered a Sunlu E2 after seeing a lot of content creators make videos about it. It's not going to get here until May. I pre-ordered this thing back in January. I tried to contact them. They're not going to send it to me until May. And so for the same price, I could get an AMS Pro that does essentially what I wanted that to do anyways, and it will integrate better with my X1C. So this is a product that I think makes a lot of sense, and if you already have a Bambu Lab printer, this seems like a no-brainer. I don't feel like I'm backtracking on any moral quandaries by saying that I think that this is a solid.
With my AMS, I can dry and maintain materials in optimal condition, which is crucial for TPU printing. I've got a servo motor extruder that keeps everything precise.
And it looks like, from what I can tell, the servo motor is only in the extruder, which was a little bit of a letdown when I was reading the press material. I was hoping that they would put servo motors in all movement positions. Basically, the benefit of a servo motor is you get higher speed while maintaining the accuracy that stepper motors are known for. Because they have a built-in encoder, the servo motor is able to do closed loop communication and update its position in real time, where a typical brushless motor can't do that. And so you have to do a lot of interpolation to do accurate movements with brushless motors, but servos, it's like the best of both worlds. They're fast, but they're also very precise. This could have resulted in a faster moving gantry for things that could benefit from it. With 3D printing in particular, we're kind of at the bequest of what the nozzles can actually melt. Our print heads can already move faster than what the nozzles are able to produce. And so you wouldn't really get a speed benefit in printing, but I could have seen them saying that if they swapped over to servos for X, Y, and Z movements, that could have enabled faster laser printing or maybe drag knife operations. But it looks like those are still going to be stepper motors. The servo motor is only for the extruder itself.
No extrusion errors, just smooth, flawless surfaces.
All right, now let's go make some shoe soles.
With my bird's eye camera, I can sync the object to your screen, ensuring the cutting line lines up precisely. What you see is what you get.
So top-down view, you can see on your computer where you have things in the printer.
So what do you think, Jane?
Makes sense.
These sneakers are awesome. The cutouts make them super breathable, and the edgy design is totally my style.
Said no child ever.
Timmy, what are you up to?
I'm working on my costume for a cosplay convention I'm having next month. But I'm having some trouble with the chainmail. Can you give me a hand?
I'll see what I can do.
The costume is going to need a large piece of chainmail, even bigger than the printer bed. How do I deal with these tricky supports?
Don't worry about removing support and size limitations. You can fold your chainmail design into layers, allowing you to print an extra large chainmail all at once. Watch as the supports dissolve in the water. Ready for the finishing touches on this epic armor?
But these pieces have a lot of curves. Can you still engrave on them?
See that? Even on curved surfaces, I've got it handled.
This leather will strap the whole piece together.
Looking sharp, Timmy. Don't forget who helped you crush the cosplay contest.
With that stuff, I don't really have a whole lot of notes.
Hey, Mrs. Johnson.
That's how laser
What you
works.
crafting?
It does look good.
It's my friend's birthday tomorrow, and I'm making a butterfly lamp and a wooden birthday card.
All right, let's bring this butterfly lamp to life. We'll use my dual color nozzle to print in multiple shades.
Impressive. It switches between colors so smoothly.
For the birthday card, let's use one of your drawings as the design.
What about the laser? Is it safe?
Don't worry, the laser-proof windows keep you safe while giving a clear view inside. I've got an adaptive air system that maintains air quality while cooling and ventilating during tasks.
It's reassuring to know everything's safe while I work. Wow, it's gorgeous.
Your friend's gonna love this gift.
I think I'm gonna have to make one for myself now.
With Bamboo Lab H2D, rediscover the joy of making and turn your boldest ideas into reality. Welcome to the new era of personal manufacturing.
Okay, so that kind of sums it up. They go over the models that they showed. Those are all available on Maker World, of course. So if you want to download those, go right ahead. So let's talk about the printer itself. I think it does do a lot of things really well. One, they changed from using the carbon fiber rails to stainless steel linear rails, which are going to remain rigid, and they're going to maintain their specifications for longer. They're going to be longer lasting. They're more durable. The bushings aren't going to wear out the same way, and these are replaceable, whereas the bushings on my X1C, in theory, are a lot more tricky to do. I know it can be done, but that's just what I've heard. So linear rails, solid. It is bigger than the X1C, but that's where we run into the first hiccup. Because it states here 350 by 320 by 335 on the front of the plate, but that is only under very specific conditions. And from what I've been able to glean from the various reviews I've watched on this already, this 350 is never actually true. If you're using a single nozzle, you can access 325 by 320 by 335. The problem is, like, let's say the primary one, I believe, is the left one. So you're using this left nozzle. It can't access the 25 millimeter band that's over here. So you don't actually get to use the full 350. You can only use 325. Same thing happens if you switch to the other nozzle. This one drops down. You can't access the 25 millimeters over on this side. So it's never actually 350 unless you do a very specific scenario where the colors that are being used by the right nozzle are over here, and the colors being used by the left nozzle are over here. But that's going to be a very rare scenario. 3D Printing Nerd had a showcase where he did his logo in such a way. That's going to be tricky to set up reliably. And I don't think that most users are really going to get that benefit. So most of the time we're talking 325 by 320 by 335. I know a lot of people, myself included, were hoping for something that was at least 350 millimeters cubed. So this doesn't hit that. That's a pretty big strike against this design. The other thing that it runs into, because it's gone with a dual extruder setup, is it's running into the laws of physics in a really big way. So let me pull up Photoshop so we can do some drawing here. Zoom in on that nice and big for you. Got to put my artist glove on so I don't get schmear all over my screen. And this is something that I talked about in a previous video where I was talking about what my dream printer would be. So with a DEX, that's dual extruder, not EL, AL. You have a configuration where you have one nozzle and two nozzles. All right, hence dual. There's two of them. With a tool changer, you have one head active at a time. So it's not as bad as having two full extruder setups active at the same time, because there are a lot of shared parts between these two heads that are active. But what you do get is you get two hot ends. You do get a heavier carriage. And I believe it's the same extruder motor for both. It's just the one servo, but you do have a mechanism to be able to change over. So let's just say complicated assembly. Okay, all of this is going to add mass. And the most basic physics equation there is F equals ma. That is force equals mass times acceleration. Accelerations are important because this is one of the main limiting factors in 3D printer design. Very rarely are you ever actually going to reach your top speeds that a printer can do because the accelerations are kept too low. And a big part of that is how much force can the motor and the belts withstand before they slip or make a mistake. So it's not exactly twice the mass to have a dual extruder setup, but let's be generous and say that it's 1.5. Right, so they take a 50% penalty on the carriage setup, which I think that is being very generous based off of what we're seeing in the design. It doesn't matter what the values are themselves. Conceptually, this should still work out. So let's just say that over here with our tool changer, we have a mass of 1. That would mean that over here, we have mass of 1.5. Okay? And all the stepper motors are pretty much the same. They come from very similar factories. They're made to very similar specifications. They're all that NEMA 17, NEMA 23 standard stepper motor design. And based off of what I've been able to glean, it looks like the gantry is still using stepper motors for its movement. The servo, again, is only in the extruder itself. So let's say that that can create a force that is 2. Okay? And like I said, the math doesn't really matter. It's just to show conceptually what's going on. Well, that still applies over here. And so now we can see what kind of impact does this have on our accelerations. Well, if we write over here on the tool changer side, we get 2 equals 1a, so we can do accelerations of 2. And this would be, if we want to put units on, it would be 2 meters per second squared, assuming that this was newtons before. All right, and this would be kilogram by extension. So 2 millimeters per second squared. Then we come over here to the dual extruder setup, and I can do this math in my head, but I am live, and so I'm not going to risk embarrassing myself. I'm just going to pull out the calculator for this very simple arithmetic. We get that we can now do 1.33 with a repetend meters per second squared. Okay, that means that we have taken a 33% loss in total acceleration. So why is that bad? Well, let's go look at the X1C, because that's what I'm more familiar with. And I think, so it has 20 meter per second squared acceleration. We can do the same thing if you had an X1C and an identically designed H2D. It's like same belts, same motors, same everything else. You just add on that extra mass to the dual extruder. You cut down your acceleration to 13.33 meters per second squared for the same operations. So the nature of a dual extruder setup inherently gives a penalty to what the top speeds you can reach with your printer are going to be. That's something that I don't think a lot of people are considering when they're talking about this being, this quantum leap forward in productivity. It's taking a pretty big hit in what the print core competencies are able to achieve. Okay, well, then we also have to consider that the way that they've gone about integrating these other heads is you have a rail so we have our 2 extruders going on, and then on top of that we have a railed section. And onto this, you attach your ginormous laser and drag knife modules. Okay, we'll draw these a little differently so that we know what they are. Pew, 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 pew. So we take that same concept from before. Whatever this tool head weighs, that's going to cut down on the total accelerations that this printer can handle as well. This is another penalty. Even if we don't have this module equipped, we always have this added attachment mechanism in place because we have to have that rail to be able to use these things. So there's a lot of extra mass on this carriage assembly in order to give it this 3-in-1 operation. And it didn't have to go that way, there are other products already on the market that I think do it a bit better. That's why I've got this tab pulled up for the Snapmaker Artisan. Now, personally, I do not have any experience with the Snapmaker Artisan. I don't know how well it works. I've been watching some reviews today trying to get a better idea about it. It seems like it's a pretty good machine. It is quite a bit cheaper for everything that you get compared to the H2D here. H2D, bog standard, just a printer, it's $1,900. Okay, but once you step up to getting the H2D laser version, now we're talking $2,800. And if you want the 40 watt, now it's $3,500. Yikes. That's pretty expensive. Same price, you can get the discounted Snapmaker. Looks like they're about the same price usually, but they always, I would guess that this is one of those things where they always have it marked down. But you get 40 watt laser, 10 watt laser, and a 200 watt CNC. And you get a true 400 by 400 by 400 millimeter build volume. So this ends up being $1,000 cheaper. You get a bigger print area, and you get essentially the same ability to use the lasers, but here's the difference. These are modules that slide onto the rail itself. And I think that this is a much better way of handling this kind of interoperability that Bambu could have easily gone with, and I'm a bit disappointed that they didn't do something like this instead. The benefits is, as we were talking about with the with this drawing here, now there's no weight penalty. Okay, the Snapmaker is still using a dual extruder, so it's going to have a heavier printing carriage, but instead of having to have all this blue stuff in the background from the dual extruder setup, you can have just the laser or just the CNC. And I think that that is a much more elegant way of handling these interconnects than what Bambu went with. The other thing we run into, I do think that they've done a good job in making it safe from a hardware perspective. They did give it green acrylic panels, but that acrylic part is a pretty big miss for me. I've been watching lots of videos, and these acrylic panels just do not offer the same rigidity that the glass did. It's also going to scratch a lot easier, and I think that we'll start to see some complaints 3-6 months down the line where people are not super happy with the aesthetic condition of their H2D after a while. They could have gone with a green glass panel with a laser treatment, and they could have kept the best of both worlds. But acrylic, pretty big downgrade in material quality, if you ask me. They did do quite a bit of innovative work in getting the accuracy dialed in. And this is something that we need to consider when we're talking about their competitors as well, because I think right now a lot of people are looking at the Prusa XL as like, okay, well, Bambu didn't deliver on the size I wanted, so I'll get the XL. And the XL is a great printer, but it does still suffer from some of the downsides of having two nozzles try to be active in the same play space. When we are talking about 3D printers, let's keep in mind that we need to get... you guys can't see this, I need to put that back on screen. Alright, so this is nozzle 1, nozzle 2. Okay, regardless of how they're attached to the machine, whether it's a dual extruder or a tool changer, what we need to get really good at doing is getting the X and Y offsets of these perfect. And this is something that every dual nozzle design has struggled with. And Prusa XL is only the most recent widely known one to suffer from this. But when you see people talk about the downsides of a Prusa XL, one of the things that they will mention is things like Z-banding and vertical artifacts. So as you're printing, you might get a squiggly line instead of a more uniform straight line. Okay. A big part of why that's happening is every time this has to switch from one filament to another, it's switching what nozzle is actively extruding. And all it takes is an offset of 10 microns to create something that can be visually detected as an error. So that is not a huge margin to leave yourself. So the promise with this visual calibration system, or this visual system, is that you put the plate on your printer and it will use its top-down camera to calibrate itself and adjust for all these kinds of things. It should be able to adjust for skew and any kind of XY distortion. And if that works, that could be a really big benefit. We're talking about a couple things going on here. So here's a top-down view. Need to make that visible again. So we've got X and Y. We want to make sure those are accurate, but we also want to make sure that our printer is properly trammed to itself. So a lot of times you can have a improperly trammed printer that will result in a difference in Z height as it goes through its travel motions. And that would mean that when you print a cube on a printer like this, you might get vertical walls of that cube, but if you measure it for squareness, it's going to be a parallelogram. And when part accuracy is something that's really important to you, that can be a pretty big downside. But if you are looking at these squares from the top down, okay, let's say that that's one square, and then over here, I'm exaggerating this obviously so that it's easy to see. If you get a different measurement for the size of the cube over here versus over here, that should be enough information to tell you that this printer is out of tram, and you can set up a coefficient to adjust for that while you're printing. So that would, in essence, be how I understand that they would get this kind of adjustment built into the printer. That's really cool. This seems like an elegant way to do that. And in theory, this should be something that you don't use all that often unless you are really rough with your printer and bump it around. So I am pretty impressed with what they've done as far as sensor technology and what they're incorporating into this to try and give you those guaranteed results. AMS2, AMS HT, I'm pretty excited about those. I think that those are solid home runs. Let me look at my notes. What haven't I covered so far? We talked about the vision calibration. They're using eddy currents to determine the position of their nozzles, and that helps with the Z offset between the two nozzles that they have. Eddy currents sensors are really reliable. There's a number of them on the market today that you can add on to existing printers. I talked about the acrylic green panels. Right, so now let's talk more about the concerns that I still have after watching all this press stuff. 3D printing, out of the stuff that this can do, is kind of the cleanest process that it has access to. And it requires a clean environment. Okay, if you've done much 3D printing, you know that if your printer gets dirty, you're not having a good time. You're going to have things peeling off the bed. It's not going to work super well. So you need to make sure that the environment is clean. When you add a laser into there, now you have something that is constantly emitting fumes and burning stuff away. That's going to create a massive buildup of soot and debris inside your 3D print volume. Now, it looks like they've done their homework on the hardware side to make sure that there is better ventilation. But that's one area where I could only say time will tell if it's enough, because it's going to need to be pretty robust in order to make it so that the laser doesn't cause immediate issues for 3D printing afterwards. With that laser, Bambu Labs has catered to a type of customer that just wants things to work and they don't really want to have to think about it, which, you know, that's most people. You know, that's not a dig at a Bambu customer. That's me. But lasers are inherently more dangerous, and they are not something that can be left alone the same way that a 3D printer can for the most part. You are actively setting fires inside your house, and you need to be present to make sure that something bad doesn't happen. With lasers, you need to assume that they are trying to get you. And if you have that kind of mentality, you'll be very well served. That makes me concerned if this is the kind of product that a Bambu customer should be looking at getting. Because if you're looking for that set it and forget it ease of use, you probably don't want a laser. Just kind of plain and simple like that. Drag knife, not that big a deal, right? It might cut up a sticker, but the lasers could set your house on fire. It does have active ventilation, and it does have some safety measures in place. It has an emergency stop, and it has active shutters that will try to choke out a flame if one is detected. But I don't see that they have anything in the way of a reactive fire suppressant. A lot of the nicer laser cutters will have an actual fire retardant that will activate when a fire is detected, just to make sure that nothing's going to get burned down. So there could still be a bit of improvement in that regard. Now, where this comes into contact with the policy updates, and this is something that I mentioned in my most recent upload, is the policy updates were given with the claim that they were worried about security. And I think that given that they are putting fire starters in people's homes, that does carry a lot more water than I initially assumed. My problem, though, is I still don't trust Bambu's security metrics to actually fix this problem. So I think for the reasons that I've listed, it doesn't have the volume that I want. It doesn't seem to really hit the metrics that I was hoping it would. And the overall looming security concerns, I think the H2D is a no for me. I think the AMS2 will probably find itself in my house at some point. But other than that, this product is kind of a wash. I think if I were in the market for something like this, I would be more compelled to get something like the Snapmaker Artisan, which already exists, doesn't have the same kinds of downsides for print speed that gets tacked on by just adding more weight to everything across the board. And you could have this 200 watt CNC. That to me would be a bit more useful than the drag knife option. And looking at the construction of the Snapmaker, it seems like it will do a better job at keeping itself insulated from dirt and debris compared to the open exposed linear rail on the H2D. So I'm probably looking more at something like this, but it still has a lot of those same caveats of, well, you have to make sure that you keep everything clean when you want to go back to printing. There is one final note that I want to touch on, and this is another kind of safety concern as well as job quality concern. This is from CNC Kitchen. This is his review of the H2D, and I've just cut forward to when he's starting to talk about the laser head itself. You can see the rails that it attaches to here. And here he does a very simple project where he lines up some popsicle sticks on the laser bed, and then he just cuts some spice names into them.
Bird's eye camera aligns properly. You can then arrange and position your design on the part, adjust parameters if necessary, and send it over to the machine for production. I've mentioned it before, but Bambu Lab has taken extensive measures to ensure that this is a safe laser machine, including protective windows, an emergency stop button, a filtration unit, and several flame sensors surrounding the machine and the laser head itself. Still, you'll need to be present at the machine while it's working, as you can't remotely start a job due to the inherent fire hazard with lasers. They ensure safety by requiring you to push a start button on the machine before it begins operation. Once started, it'll open the vents, activate the air pump, and laser your part. Unfortunately, Bambu Lab's air filter does not automatically activate when the machine begins.
Alright, I want you to look at this oregano stick and tell me if you see what I see.
Your part. Unfortunately, Bambu Lab's air filter does not automatically activate when the machine begins lasering. This is a bit disappointing, given all the technology they have. The 10-watt laser is excellent for engraving and cut.
Okay, so let's talk work holding. Work holding is very important. You absolutely need to have your material well secured if you're going to be using a laser, because one of the big dangers of a laser is errant reflections. Easiest way to control for that is to make sure that the material that you are engraving or cutting isn't moving when it's not supposed to. So if we look at the tray that Bambu has designed, I think that this leaves a lot to be desired in the form of work holding. This is not something that can't be fixed. It would be trivially easy to build some adapters to lock things down better and make sure that they stay in place. So it's not like this is end of the world. But at a minimum, I would have expected something like a corner bracket or some kind of hold down lever and attachment points for those things integrated into the build surface for the laser. The absence of those is a pretty big misstep from a laser productivity standpoint. Work holding, very important. Now, popsicle sticks, probably the worst case scenario for this because they are extremely lightweight, and the little fan for the air assist is enough, apparently, to blow those around. Would you have the same kind of issue with a larger piece of plywood or cork or whatever you happen to be cutting? Probably not. But that doesn't negate the importance of a good work holding solution. All right, any questions? I think that kind of covers everything that I wanted to talk about with the H2D specifically. I think it does a lot of things well, but it does have some pretty big missteps that to me just kind of cut it out of the market. What I'm looking forward to is the competition that will result from them putting a product like this out there. Bondtech recently announced their Index extruder tool changer, and there's not a whole lot of information about this so far, but I do want to check out this video with you.
Empower your filament 3D printer.
All right, so let's get a still of that. We have a literal army of extruder heads here. They're all using the same extruder motor, it looks like, and the only thing that's really changing is that you are changing the equipped hot end, which looks to be this gray section here, and then it's pulling the filament down through here. So your extruder gears would latch onto the exposed piece of filament. This is a extremely lightweight implementation of a tool changer setup. And I could easily see an adapter being made where if you wanted to do a laser head, you could make an adapter that allows you to use that with a Bondtech Index tool head. So I feel like solutions like this are more in line with what I want to do. And this is probably what I'm going to keep my eye out for. What does the next Prusa implementation of this look like? We have the XL. It's got some issues. Those can be solved with better sensor technology. Bondtech has a really cool solution here for making an extremely lightweight tool changer setup. And I am very excited to see something develop here.
Fast procedures, wireless, and contactless tools. Near zero waste. Cost effective. Self-adjusting dual drive technology for different colors and materials. Set yourself free and focus on your creations. Bondtech Index. Multiple technologies, countless ways to create.
So if we can envision a printer equipped with a Bondtech Index army of extruders, I think that this will get more of the functionality that I was looking for in the prospective H2D release than what we actually got. I think that this is more in line with what most people were wanting to see. My dream 3D printer, I did a video on that. It would have essentially this, but you could park them off to the side and use a Pio Pulley Magneto X style linear actuator setup to be able to equip as many or as few of these as possible given any scenario. That's my dream. And Bondtech, well established captains of industry in the 3D printing world. They've got a long history of making really good quality products. So I will be keeping my eye out for the Index. If Bondtech wants to hit me up and talk about collaborations, let's get a dialogue started. I want to see this. The competition that already exists for the H2D, we've got the Prusa XL. It's got some issues. I think those can be resolved with better software and sensor implementation. I think the XL2 will probably be a very competent competitor to the H2D. And again, will hit a lot of those key competencies that people were looking for with an H2D that it just seemed to miss the mark on. And what Bambu does really well is they make things really easy to use experience. But if you're willing to push yourself just a little bit, you can get a lot more functionality out of Prusa for not that much more effort. So I really don't think people should sleep on that. There is also the K2, which is out as kind of an X1C competitor. But I could easily see Creality coming out with an H2D clone. And they seem to have heard the wailings of the public for a larger X1. And they hit the mark with the K2. So whatever they release next, I think will probably offer some pretty stiff competition. But that's it for 3D printers. If you're in the market for a H2D, I'm not going to tell you not to buy it. I think that there are better options out there. It doesn't hit the mark for me, but you do what you want. 50 minutes. 50-minute video talking about about printers. Okay, let's get into some of the more fun stuff for tonight. Star Citizen has had a number of updates. I'm trying to manage my tabs here and not get ahead of myself and not spoil things too much, because there's a lot to talk about tonight. I've been good. I have not seen any of these videos. I can do a live react with you right now. This is Star Citizen Alpha 4.1 Orbital Assault. Hathor facility. Got Cutlass flying in. Those might be some new armor colors. Finally getting those bolt weapons. I've been waiting for these for so long. And we got worms. And, you know, something looks familiar about those worms. There is this YouTuber. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. His name is Oddjob Entertainment. He did a post not too long ago talking about a certain suggestive appearance of the worms that were shown in Sitcon and offered a alternative appearance. And it seems like those might have been taken a bit seriously because these little small guys have little spiky heads and not little smooth mushroom heads. So, you're welcome. You're welcome. I give you sharp worms. That is my claim to fame right there. This does essentially a pretty good job of laying out all the things you need to do to get this thing to operate. You go through the bottom bases, you pick up those batteries, you take them up to the station, you load up the batteries, you get the key, you bring it back down, you come press the button, and then boom! Death Star! And they throw some Geos in there. And then we got Wizard of Oz. That's what it makes me think of. It's Weekalo. But we have our first Banu, our first alien, in the game. So, pretty neat. I'm pretty excited to get my hands on the new Volt weapons. Like I said, I've been waiting for those for a really long time. I'm really excited to have them in the game. This guy's absolutely right. Leaving my man that loaded the cargo's dirty work. Yeah, he's talking about was it this poor guy in the Atlas? Goodbye. Good luck. But also, he didn't do that good of a job loading the Nomad, so maybe he had it coming. You know, you got to stack things up right. You can't trust the cargo grid to just hold things on anymore. You got to make sure that thing is snapped on. But yeah, for that video, there you go. I gave you sharp worms. CIG, hit me up. I've got plenty more ideas. There's this solid one for a website update. You know, you guys can take that one too. But yeah, sharp worms brought to you by yours truly. You're welcome. And then we have this one, the Drake Golem. This is a new single-seater mining ship. It does 32 SCU. It has a bespoke mining hardpoint, so you cannot change out the laser. What you get is what you got. I think it looks really cool. I haven't seen this video. Let's watch it together. You do not want to go through atmosphere in a Drake ship. You will burn out every time.
They say these...
Apparently, this helmet is one of the better helmets in the game. I learned this when I was working with Redline to get my executive hanger. But if you have a female avatar, those lights don't show up, and you can totally black out your suit. So
worlds weren't built for us.
We'll probably need to make a new
they'll
character
just
model.
watch you tear them down. And and smile as we mine the damned rubble.
That's rude. He blew up one of his rocks.
We start strong and hold fast. Work for grit, not glory. So when the ground does shake, we live steady. Drake's a family, old as dirt. First to take you in, and will never leave you behind. They weren't wrong, by the way. These worlds aren't built for us. So we'll build our own. Drake Golem. For the workers.
So, you see a lot of the mentality that Drake evokes with its branding built into this. It's a very well-made video. Drake is marketed as like the cheap option for pilots in the verse. And you can see he's getting tossed around by all these other big entities. He's trying to mine his simple rock. This Polaris comes in and blows it up. It's the struggle of being a small fish in a big pond, right? There's all these Star Citizen whales out there with their massive ships. What about the little guy? You know, where's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man? And that's where Drake comes in. They're like, all right, well, you got the Golem. It's bare bones, but it'll get you what you need. And I think that that's a really well argued point in this video. I think it captures that idea really well. So, marketing team at CIG, always top notch. I think the Drake Golem is a great option. Let's see. I should have that pulled up here. And I think that this is purchasable right now. And they're trying to hit a new... Come on. Let's just... fine, I'll scroll down further. Keep scrolling. How far do we got to go? It comes in factory standard. Coal Harp. Looks pretty good. Fault line. I don't like that one. That one's got me bothered. Keystone, I think, looks really good. That's a new paint that they're introducing for a lot of these new stuff. Flashpoint, I can kind of see it. It's not for me. Rockfall looks pretty good. Is this... Oh, okay, here we go. So... Oh, 67 for a minor starter pack. That is really good, I think. That puts it on par with oh, and it's lifetime insurance too, which they told us wasn't important, but they're still advertising it, and we still don't know a whole lot of information about what that's actually going to mean, so it's still a FOMO thing. But hey, it comes with lifetime insurance, and it comes with the self-planned hanger. But for $67, I think that that's a pretty good... I think that's a pretty good deal. The Atlas Geo Warbond is a lifetime... Yeah, well, that's what... Whenever they release a new ground vehicle, most people, I think, look at those instantly as a... It's an easy buy because they're always a lifetime token. You can upgrade those to something else, and then that ship inherits lifetime insurance. So I will probably... No. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I said I wasn't going to buy anything more with my own money until the Galaxy came out. Hey, Debits and Dragons. Who is that? But for $67, I think that that's a pretty good entry into the game. Let's compare that to, I think the Avenger goes for 75, doesn't it? Game packages, here we go. Oh, Caleb, how you doing? This is my roommate, Caleb? Or former roommate? Yeah, so Avenger Titan starter package comes in at 75. So 67.50 for a mining ship, I think is really pretty good. It's the first thing to come out that really scratches that itch at the lower price. The Prospector, which was the mining starter ship, it's too expensive to really call it a starter ship. Well, good to see you in the chat, Caleb. It's been a while since I've seen you. I was just thinking about you the other day. We'll have to chat. We need to get together and hang out sometime. 155 for the Prospector. Yeah, that's way too expensive to convince someone to buy the game. 67, you can get them in. 155, you're a bad friend if you're telling someone to buy a $155 ship as their first investment for a video game. Don't be a bad friend. Tell them to get the Golem instead. Much better. Then we got the Atlas Geo. We did watch the video on this last time, but now they have a website up for it. The cool thing about the Geo is that it does have a mining head and jump pack, which has huge implications for mobility and being able to traverse the verse. And there is a up-armored one that has been shown in the Weekalo shop that looks like it could be military focused. We don't have confirmation that it will have the same kind of jump pack, but it does have the slots for it. They're just not populated. I think it would be pretty backwards to not have a military focused one have jump packs built in, but it's CIG. You never know. The biggest downside that I see with this is that you have to bring, from what I've seen anyways, you have to bring these boxes with you. It can't make them on the fly, which sounds like a major hassle to me. I think just keep it simple. Just let it do the Wally thing and crush its own boxes. But this also comes in various colors. Got safety orange, the green, the granite. I'm a pretty big fan of the granite. I like the granite. Thunderhead looks pretty good too. And you got that Keystone pipeline, baby. Let's get it back up. No, this is a really good color combination. White and blue. You can't go wrong, right? What's that Pokemon that's white and blue? It's like a dragon. Pokemon. Got Caleb in the chat. He would know right off the top of his head. Kind of like this one, but not this one. What's the one I'm thinking of? Maybe that one? Oh, there's one with like really big hips. Anyways, white and blue, it's a winning combination. You can't go wrong. Well, there's like there's the white and blue one, and then there's like this one. But doesn't it come in like a blue as well? What's this guy called? Oh, so maybe it was that one. Because these are like the two opposites I think I was thinking of this. I think I was thinking of this guy, but with this color palette. See, I wasn't allowed to watch Pokemon as a kid. It was too violent. My parents wouldn't allow it in the house. And you know what? They were probably right. When you think about this, this is pretty violent. You're sending animals to fight to the death. They say they faint, right? But we all know that these animals are just dying en masse. Really dark when you think about it, especially when you get into like the Pokedex entries. You have kids' souls getting abducted by Pokemon and then taken away forever. Those Pokemon riders, they're on something. Palkia, all right. But Atlas Geo, it's now available for purchase as well. You should not get this as a starter pack because it does not include a game package. But if you are looking for a cheap lifetime insurance token, there you go. I don't think it's worth it to do the Atlas Duo pack, just because the normal Atlas doesn't have the jump pack. And I think that that's the really big selling factor about the Geo. And it's so cheap in game. Like, unless this came with like 2 LTI tokens. Which maybe it does. Maybe they both get the LTI. If you could upgrade this into 2 separate ships and have those inherent the LTI, I could see that. But again, that's just because you're shopping for an LTI token. If you're not doing that, just get this in game. It's 75,000 credits. It's super cheap. Yeah, Caleb, he's not kidding. You should see this guy. He's like MMA ripping people's heads off all the time. That Pokemon, that changed him, man. Violent dude. And let's see. Then we have this update. Essentially, from what I can see, it's a cosmetics thing. You got this Keystone skin being applied to the Argo Mole. Looks really good. Again, big fan of white and blue. You have some mining and salvage guides being pushed again. I think these are probably the old guides that existed. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything too new here. But any kind of resource that CIG makes to help players understand the game faster and easier, I think is really good. The really cool part about this image, though, look at the scale of these ships. Okay? Here's your Argo Geo, Argo Atlas Geo, I guess if you want to go full name. This can do rock and hand mining, which makes this, in my mind, the de facto ground vehicle for mining. You can take this places you could not take a rock or a DS. I would pick this any day of the week over those 2 options. The only reason I could see that changing is capacity, but when you consider how much you can still pack into that little box, you've got plenty of capacity. I think you'll be bored of mining before you are filling like 5 of those, right? But now, look at the Prospector compared to the Golem. The Prospector is almost twice the size for no benefit in SCU. And that's where I think the Golem really shines, because the Golem should be able to fit inside a certain extra small hangar on an upcoming RSI ship that can have a refinery module equipped. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? If this thing is about Pisces size, which that's what people are saying, they're comparing it to the Razor and the Pisces, you could totally pack this into the back of a Galaxy and you can mine a rock, park it in the back of your ship, and take off, and you could be a a one-man crew of mining, just using your Galaxy as a remote foundry. So that's a really exciting prospect for me. I think that makes the Golem pretty interesting. You do take some penalties. It can only equip so many modules, right? And you can't change out that laser, so that puts a hard cap on what you can do with a Golem. Prospector, you can get it up to 48 SCU if you cheat the system a little bit and you put the Argo mole bags on it. But that's not, as far as I know, that's not intended gameplay, so that might be removed. So I think that the only fair way to compare those is to keep the 32 SCU limit on the Prospector from a overall game design standpoint. That's what you need to consider it. And then your next step up is the Argo Mole, which is a 3-man or a 3-turret, 4-man crew type deal, and you can get 96 SCU. People keep trying to solo this thing. It doesn't make sense to me. This is not supposed to be a soloable ship, but you do have 2 really strong options now in the solo market, and you have another great option for FPS, hand mining, and rock mining. So overall, I think really solid wins for industrial players with these ships. And you have Keystone paints available for all of them. Surely they have a pack, right? You can just get all the paints. If they don't, they should. And let's see, that's just the home page. Don't need any of that. Here is the behind the ships Drake Golem. So we just watched the commercial. That was this guy. So we can close that. Now we can get to this one. Oh, let me full screen that for you, why don't I?
The Golem's basically a new starter ship from Drake for people looking to get into mining.
It's very bad.
Okay, there it's compared to the Aurora. I'm pretty sure the Aurora does fit into an XS.
Bones. They seen the Prospector and was like, we can do that, maybe. And then went to the scrapyard and grabbed a bunch of stuff and stuck it together. Starminer is,
really
instead of having all these fancy heads that do fancy things and you skip a couple of steps, it's learning how to do mining, learning how the different heads and different consumables help.
I believe the best part is it's compact, can mining, and also price, performance balance ship.
Visually, it looks very industrial. There's lots of exposed parts. You can kind of see that they want to show you how this works.
The exterior parts, which Alex and Michael worked heavily on it, has lots of Drake spatial DNA details.
It almost feels like it's missing cladding where you would expect there to be covering up these fragile, very exposed pieces. It's got a couple of really interesting tanks on the back that sort of store all of the minerals.
And I do want to point out that this is using a new saddlebag design. That could leave it open to the future where maybe they have a slightly taller one that you can expand the capacity a little bit as a optional upgrade in game. I think that would be pretty cool. We're doing that with the Prospector right now, but again, I guess it depends on whether CIG considers that the correct path to go down or not. Based off of what I've seen with some of the Wicklow ships, maybe.
Minerals that you're hoovering up. You can take them off and then that sort of reveals the tucked away components on the roof and the sides. They're real cool looking. I would get up there and just check out the mining arm. Batu did a fantastic job.
When you take the pods off and you look up where the mining head sits, you can see all of the piping and where the mining head just rests. It all looks really cool.
I believe that
is not a very confidence-inspiring mechanism. If we were to take this into the real world, that That seems like the kind of thing you're going to complain about it breaking every 3 months when you have to dislodge some rock from that feeder mechanism. But it's a video game.
Personally, my favorite part of the ship, because it's nothing like the other mining arms in the whole game.
It's a completely brand new mining head from Drake, so it'll be unlike anything that you can see on any other ships.
The mining is a little bit more unstable, because I would say that Drake decided to get the cheapest laser that they could find to get this to work, so it's a little unstable, so it kind of breaks some of the ore, so you don't get as much as you would with some of the others.
Probably not as versatile as something that you'd get from like the Prospector.
You can't take its heads off, but you can add the gadgets to it to make it work in different ways. But it will definitely get the majority.
So, there you go. 2 items. I thought it was 2, but I didn't want to say for sure.
Of the rocks that you can mine as a single player in the game.
That should feel like a solid, compact ship. They can take it and start mining immediately.
We think this is a good ship for mining to start off with, if for people who don't want to invest in a Prospector. You can grab it sooner, start learning how to do it, and then you can maybe go to a Prospector afterwards.
I love Drake. I love that it's unapologetically lazy.
If you're looking for a cool Drake ship, which can mining and also has a compact,
I hate that color scheme,
definitely
but otherwise, I think that the Golem is.
See, I'm biased. I like all of it, so I don't have a specific spot that I'm like, hey, look at this bit. He's just a good little guy.
I don't think anyone's looking at the Golem like it's cute. I'm sorry. Drake has always been a face only a mother could love. Feels like Golem is designed to be a rental ship. You get it for a day, mine what you need, and forget about it. I think that this guy makes a pretty good point because it does not have a swappable laser, so it's like, why would you worry about swapping the laser? You can't. I think this person missed that this is not a Argo ship. This is a Drake ship. But nonetheless, it does have a much more industrial look than the... Like Misk ships, they always go for that bulbous, curvy look. It doesn't really feel industrial in the same way. Which I think that that's what that guy is getting at. It's more angular, it's sharp. This guy got what he wanted. This ship should easily be cheaper than the Avenger. It is, by a few dollars at least. I think this is good. All right, and our final video for tonight is Align and Mine inside Star Citizen. Jared Huckabee is getting his facial hair back. Just the top portion, though. Beard is a upcoming DLC to be released in April, so keep an eye out for that when that patch drops.
The last 4 months have been unlike any in Star Citizen's history, with each one bringing a new patch full of dynamic content, needed bug fixes, and long-awaited quality of life improvements. From December's 4.0, which finally brought our second star system to life, to picking a side in the ongoing fight for Pyro in January's 401, then building up the war chest for the continuing battle against the Frontier Fighters in February's 402 Supply or Die event, it's been one non-stop adventure in Pyro. But all of that changes when the story shifts back to the Stanton system in Alpha 4.1, with the introduction of new threats, new friends, and new opportunities for action, adventure, and acquisition.
Like sharp worms.
At 4.1,
we got sharp worms.
We're actually going to be introducing what we've been calling internally as sort of our B story. In a nutshell, the regen technology, which to this point has basically been allowing people to die and get regen back, the technology begins to fail.
And that's being referred to as the regen crisis.
So it's throwing the Empire into a bit of chaos and confusion because this technology that everybody thought was basically going to conquer death is not as effective as promised.
Now for the player...
Okay, that is like really horrifying when you think about it. We all know in the real world we're gonna die, right? And you know, I won't bring religion into it, but you know, if you believe in an afterlife, you believe that there's something after. I do, but there is the assurance that when you die, you're dead. But I think that it adds another element of horror, psychological horror, to think that you're going to come right back and then not. Like, imagine being in this world and, you know, I'm hanging out with Wills, right? It's like, oh, Wills, look, I light him up. Because why not, right? He can regen. He can come back. Doesn't matter. And then he doesn't? Like, I just killed my dude. So there's this added element of risk, I think, because now you don't know what's going to happen. Is there an afterlife? We don't know. We don't have enough dead people coming back telling us about it in Star Citizen. And now they're not coming back at all. We don't know what's happening. Are there souls in some technological limbo hell because they can't get back to a new body? What's going on? So I think that there is a horror element that I really hope that they tap into, but I don't know if they will. But that's the thought that my head goes to whenever I hear this concept. Like, I don't want to die thinking that I'm going to come right back and not do that. Yeah, Crusader Morozov honor. That stuff looks pretty good, right? I'm going to have to liberate some bases in the near future.
Nothing changes. You can just go about your business and it's business as usual. But for the populace, it's an issue.
So at this point, the Imperator is basically going to start lobbying the Senate to start loosening scientific restrictions on research. One company, Rayari, has put the call out to the population to try to find these sort of very rare minerals to basically bring to their outpost to help fuel their research to help resolve the crisis.
And the way you get those brand new materials is the Align and Mine sandbox activity.
What if you get the wrong medical research getting submitted? You know, like some of those less scrupulous companies making vaccines nowadays, and you get people regenning with now like birth defects built into their regen. You know, it's like you died, you didn't have any birth defects, but then when you come back on that regen, now you have a third eye. I don't know. The more I think about this idea of if we had regen tech in the real world, I think it's like an Orwellian horror movie waiting to be written. People take death for granted because it's just something that you always come back from. It doesn't really matter. But then there's these actual real consequences that just suddenly start popping up. I think that that's a really interesting story idea.
So Align and Mine starts with these new facilities that are placed across two planets, Daymar and Aberdeen. These are Hathor-owned locations.
Hathor is sort of an older company. Basically, they were kind of a mining consortium. But as the years were going on, they were doing worse and worse and worse. And so the idea was that Stanton was relatively recently discovered, and the facilities that Hathor built here were basically their last gasp.
The purpose of these facilities was so Hathor could communicate and align with the orbital platform above them.
They went all in on building these facilities in the hopes that it would yield enough minables and minerals that it would keep the company alive. Sadly, they were sort of mistaken and the company folded.
Now that there's a renewed interest in the minerals that they used to mine there, people are going there and trying to get the facilities up and running again.
I wonder how Hathor feels about that.
At each of these Hathor locations, there...
Can we just come back and turn it on? I mean, we built it. Can we just have it back? I mean...
There's an alignment dish. And the players have to go around and try to find out how to align the dish towards the satellite.
So while these mining facilities have been abandoned, they are by no means vacant.
While you're at the PAFs, you will be contending with Ninetales. Ninetales are just kind of the scavengers, the bad guys. They go everywhere, they just want loot, they want to get rich.
They're just here to basically strip and clean what's left of these defunct stations.
Yeah,
maybe
the
set up
de
a
facto
camp or
scourge
two
of
and
Sandton.
hold it as a sort of strategical point.
It's essential that the players search the area as much as they can. I can't stress that enough.
Once you've managed to find all 3 facilities and align them with the orbital platform,
I feel like he's obviously talking about the key cards. Like, keep an eye out for the blinking red lights that indicate that there's a key card right here. But this is also where you find the Volt weapons. We know that much. This late in the game, I wonder if there's something else that he's alluding to that maybe we haven't discovered yet. Could be cool, but I don't know.
platform. You need to collect the power banks that they've left behind on the surface.
Now with the PAFs all activated, it's time to get in your ship and head up to the orbital laser platform. Be careful because there might be some certain Ninetail lieutenants kind of roaming around.
It'll be pretty tough to get in there and to get it going.
The power banks that you would have obtained at the platform alignment facilities need to be inserted into their slots at the orbital laser platform. Players can head inside, fighting through, again, more Ninetails while they try to get to this terminal in the middle. That will charge the laser, and players should see a really cool effect in their environment to signify that this laser is ready to be fired.
So once you've armed the laser and it begins its sort of initiation sequence, you then have to go back down to the surface. Near where the impact is going to be, you'll be able to see this because it will be a crater. There will be a bunker nearby. This bunker is where you will do the final stage, which is firing the laser.
Why are you making people go back down to the surface?
Well, I mean, down on the surface is where the loot is. Like, that's where the treasure is. That's where you're gonna actually get the resources that you came to mine.
Key card accepted.
It's so much better when you're down on the ground, you hit the button, you see this laser just pull, and there's all this shit going everywhere, and you're like, oh my God. It's an impactful moment.
So, I'm sure we've all seen this at some point. I've tried to keep my eyes fresh for
testing
it, but
the
I am
emotion is
really
better
excited to
captured
get this in
when
game.
you're boots on the ground.
This sounds...
Watch out for the desync, though, because I saw a video of Captain Foxy Loxy, got a little too close, a little too early, and it blew up his Polaris, so you gotta make sure that that laser is actually off. It might be visually off, but it might not be off, because Star Citizen desync hand in hand.
It's really chaotic.
Yeah, we haven't even touched on the worms yet.
The worms? There you go. That's my contribution to Star Citizen, guys. Spiky, armored headworms. You're welcome.
There's a reason why Hathor abandoned these facilities. There's some local fauna that's not too happy when the ground gets disturbed.
So make sure you're prepared.
So we've been working on the Valakar for a while now, and we're really excited to finish off that boss fight and bring it to everybody as soon as possible. But in the process of developing it, we've also got some smaller Valakar.
Valakar are a tremendously invasive species. Basically, once they kind of get into an area, they propagate rather quickly and can become a very dangerous presence.
Fighting a juvenile is...
That is how tapeworms be. If you get one tapeworm, odds of you getting a second tapeworm go way up. Not a good weight loss method. Don't believe everything you read in tabloids. Tapeworms, stay away from them. Just do the exercise, do the diet, do things right. Don't do a tapeworm.
It's fairly similar to the adults on a much smaller scale.
Because they come up from the ground submerged, they can surprise the player in the way that they come up behind them or can attack them from areas where they don't expect.
The Valakar will also fight the other Ninetales at the location if you've managed to find a way to let them be in each other's presence.
So it's going to be you against other players, against other Ninetales, against other worms?
Yes.
Yeah, real Mexican standoff.
You know what? I'm gonna leave a comment before I forget. I'm just gonna put in my little stamp here. There. Now it's official.
So when the lasers finish firing, it will have mined into the surface of this planet, which will reveal a cave network.
Inside this cave are 3 new mineable types.
Valakar.
It's a fight for whoever.
Is that Gelsium? Jalenite is the one we had before, right? That was the really
mineable
expensive one that
types.
you can never find. Saldinium, Karenite, and Gelsium.
It's a fight for whoever can get the goods out of that
Welcome
cave
in chat,
as
Slog,
fast
how
as
you
possible
doing?
and as safely as possible. We are in Stanton, so if you're gonna fight some other players, beware of crime stats.
Then you get to choose, do you want some interesting random loot from the collector, or do you want to just get credits?
Let's help the human race. Let's help the human race.
Yeah.
Medical
Help the human
research.
race and make some bank.
While this is happening, Dance System actually has an exciting new resident. We've introduced our first Banu. His name is Wicklow. Wicklow is also offering a counter mission to the minerals that Rayari is looking for. So if you don't want to sell them off to Rayari to help with the regen crisis, Wicklow is offering some sweet, tasty items in exchange for the same materials.
Here you go. Bring chip in.
Wicklow recently retired.
So I don't think that either of these are like bad guy options, right? But it is kind of douchey to turn your back on your human race, your species as a whole, while there's this big medical thing going on. People are dying and they're not coming back the way they're supposed to, and you're just like, I'm gonna go get me some stuff.
Hired, Banu equivalent of retirement, from a fabrication facility in the Banu Protectorate.
It's like in the Jim Carrey How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Cure cancer, tell no one. You know, like if you had the cure for cancer, you just sit on it. This is what you're doing. You have these medical resources that could help save millions of people across the universe, and you're just like, I'm gonna go get me some chips.
He loves people, he loves humans, so he decided to move to human space and set up sort of a fabrication shop / trading site location for players to go visit, and basically he can kind of make you some cool stuff if you bring him what he needs. One of the things with the Banu was they always try to be the least threatening thing in the room. I always equate them to sort of the golden retriever of our aliens. So they're everybody's friend until they're not.
Yeah, I don't think he's that guy's friend. That guy is dead.
Wicklow's Emporium, there are 3 of them in different areas of Stanton. You'll be able to find these on your star map. This is where Wicklow has set up shop. The unique thing about Wicklow is he'll never pay you any money because he's got a load of shit in his warehouse that he'd rather give you instead.
The collector offers everything from armor pieces to skins to weapons.
Really pretty, yes. Solid build, but...
There you go. That's the Volt weapons you really want. Those are looking pretty sick. Which just goes to show, I mean, CIG, start selling some cosmetics, man. It's really easy to make them. You don't have to do a whole lot of thought into them, and people will buy them. You're going to see these all over the place. People are going to be earning these left and right. Just because it's something that looks pretty.
Also fun to make.
And other cool little surprises.
Look, you can get a box cutter. You can use that to cut open all the boxes in the game. Right? Box cutter gameplay confirmed? I mean, maybe you could give it a little... maybe that'd be an effective tool for dispatching someone. Kind of like those... what is that hooked knife that I'm thinking of? All the edgy kids in high school had one. Is it a karambit? I think this is what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, if you had one of these in high school, you were super cool, right? You weren't someone who needed to be on a watch list or anything. And you can get a spoon. You could gag someone with a spoon. You could scoop their eyes out. That'd be a horrible way to go. Death by spoon. Death by spooning, maybe not that bad, but death by spoon would be bad. I don't want to go by spoon. I would pick any of these 4 options over the spoon. Maybe not this one. That one looks like it might kill you with tetanus. Tetanus, not a good way to go. Let's see. There's a painting I'm thinking of. Tetanus. They used to call it the... I think they called it the grinning death. Yeah. Because the way that it constricts your body. Yeah, gotta make... They're paintings, you know, so it's not nudity, but you gotta be careful with YouTube. This one should be safe though. Yeah, bad way to go, man. You just like get bent backwards into a really uncomfortable position. So if I had to pick, I would probably go this one first, then this one, then this one, box cutter, tetanus, spoon. That would be my order of priorities. If I get to pick what my killer uses, that's the order I'm going with. Because I'm a gentleman, I would probably equip this. You know, it's a nice blade, looks nice and sharp, does the work quick. No need to make him suffer.
Even spaceships.
Even spaceships. Big ones.
And those spaceships have some tricks.
I'm incredibly excited. It is quite a defining moment for a space game to finally get an alien.
Elliot, you're using
and the
too
best
many.
Thing about Wicklow is
you can't get that many FCC violations in a video, Elliot. You gotta clean it up.
As we keep moving and building out this universe, his presence will stay. You will keep needing to interact with him. He'll keep needing random things from you. So you better make good friends with him.
Wicklow Fan Club.
We're finally able to deliver some content that we've been working on for a while.
I think that the experience of the whole thing is really cool, and I think that it's a really, really big step forward for us on the mission design team, making content for the future, that we are able to create events that use mission logic but don't require missions.
It's fun to be able to kind of like explore.
Yeah, now that Elliot is actually getting some content out, he's like, yeah, I can stretch my legs a little bit. What are they going to do, fire me? Then they won't get missions for another 3 years.
A little bit and not just have everything kind of spoon-fed to you. And it also mixes a little bit of everything, right? We have the FPS and we have a little bit of ship combat up by the orbital
we need to humble him.
Of course, even creature
Be
finding.
very critical of the missions.
It's got a nice spectrum of things that you can do.
I like the fact that we're building more of the story out of what this world is, how the universe is created, how these companies have operated in it, and giving you more fun sandbox things to do that require you to be the explorer that you want to be in a space game.
And with 4 patches in as many months, the introduction of a new ongoing persistent sandbox with Align in mind, the arrival of our Persistent Universe's first non-human character, a new system for acquiring rewards, brand new mining vehicles, and the beginning of a second ongoing narrative that's threatening the lives of NPCs everywhere. And no, I've seen the post. It's not Death of a Spaceman, not yet, or not soon. We're playing a really long game here. It's an exciting time for Star.
Talk about a phrase that has never carried more weight than ever. We're playing a really long game here. Yeah, that is Star Citizen in a nutshell, dude. 12 years of development.
Star Citizen, and one that we're all super excited to share with you. So for Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. As always, thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you, and we'll be right back here in just a few weeks with even more looks at the future of our persistent universe.
Okay, Will says there's a funny ending. T. Bannister. Wait. Does he just have a person in his Emporium just as a collection? What the hell? Wicklow? I thought we were friends. You've got some of our peeps on ice. Oh, it's the DS. Ah! Oh, no! No! Why? Oh my gosh. Oh, that gives me physical pain. Oh. The DS is the worst concept ever. And a triple seat? No. No. Jared looking like he just came from... I'll give that a like. That's a good comment. Yeah, here we go. We're playing a really long game here. We are very, very aware of that. You know what? I'm going to like my own comment. There's no rule against it. I can like my own comments. Rock QS. Man, see, the thing is like, a QS, you might think that would be like 4 seats around, you know? But no, that's going to be a really stupid arrangement of 2 in the front, 1 in the back. The dude in the back, he can't do anything ever, because everything has already been looked at. Oh, man. But I do think that there is room for something a little bigger in the vehicle mining front that's not a DS, but maybe something, you know, like maybe an Atlas sized. It can get some of the small ship mineable rocks. I do want to see them explore the idea of a ground mining vehicle that doesn't suck. But who knows, man? Who knows? All right. I need to take a little bit of a bio break. I'm going to close out some of the things I got going on here. Free up some computer resources. When I get back, we're going to talk about... Oh, jeez. Almost spilled my drink. Whew. We're going to talk about this. Don't worry, Wills. It's already been updated. We're good. We're good. It's all gravy. You see this down here? I got it. We're good. But when I come back, we're going to spend Bill Gates' money. I just want to see what we can come up with. So start brainstorming. What are some things you really want? You know, Bill Gates is going to buy us all this stuff. What can we do with it? But I will be back after a brief break. I should put that here so it doesn't fall. And outro. All right, we're back. How are we going to spend Bill Gates' money, guys? $100 billion. This is just like such an unimaginable amount of money. I don't think most people have any kind of concept of how much this is. Let's get a yacht. Get a tank. Gotta get the mansion. Might as well get a helicopter. You know, not feeling it on the Boeing. Let's make a movie about myself. Get the Mona Lisa. Why not? Oh, I can get a cruise ship. I can get a whole cruise ship, and that's still only... I've only spent $2 billion. Okay, fine. Let's get a skyscraper. Skyscraper actually cheaper than the cruise ship. Don't know how that makes sense. I'll get an NBA team. Why not? Have a bunch of people run around to my name, playing with their balls. Need another mansion. Got to have East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, up north, down south. So five mansions. Let's open a convent for all of my friends. They can all live with me. And we can all make our own little mini cult of my elite neighborhood. So a bunch of single family homes. Let's buy out a whole neighborhood. So no one can live there but the people that I pick. And I'm going to go crazy on the rent hikes. Don't worry. Tesla is being attacked right now, so got to replace your Tesla. You know, it's constantly getting keyed. Got to get a new Tesla. Acres of farmland? Why not? Get 3,000 acres of farmland. And we've only spent $5 billion. What else, guys? What do we want? Might as well get an Echo. Let's see. Years of Netflix. I can get 40 years of Netflix. Don't want to get anything excessive, you know? Like, I only plan on using Netflix for another 40 years, if it lasts that long, right? Let's just buy out Steam. The whole Steam library. Let's get all of Steam. Let's buy ourselves a McDonald's. Gold bar. Cool to have one. Don't really need more than one, but would be cool to have one. I'm going to buy 5 Super Bowl ads talking about how I helped CIG come up with the design for the sharp worms. I guess I'm bored. I'll make another movie. And we're only at $5.25 billion. Okay, well, we need Rolexes for everybody in my convent. Oh, that didn't really do that much. Oh, and every home that I own needs a hot tub. Hopefully that makes the insurance more expensive, because that can help us spend more of the money. Let's get lifetime supply of Big Macs. 20 yachts? We need 20? Alright. 20 yachts. Here you go. Alright, we got 20 yachts. I got more yachts than Lil Yachty. Flip-flops. Every degenerate billionaire seems to be wearing these, so let's get a bunch of those. Worst shoes. Bad for your feet, bad for your back. Don't flip-flops, guys. Not good. Love your body. Love your body enough to wear proper shoes. I mean, we already got the Big Macs, so we're probably good on food, but be good to spice things up now and then. Let's get some lobster dinners. Gotta get some gaming consoles. Just keep clicking that until I get bored. Let's go 200. Everybody that visits the yacht gets an AirPod. Oh, gotta get some drones so I can spy on my ex-wives. Gotta have smartphone for signal so I can share government secrets. Another smartphone for personal use. Another smartphone for job use. Another smartphone for talking to people that I don't like. Another smartphone for talking to people that I do like. Just gonna have like gonna be like one of those guys that sell watches. You know, like you open up the jacket and it's just like a wall of smartphones, different numbers. Let's buy more land. And we're still at rookie numbers, man. Okay, let's get more cruise ships. And the problem is a lot of these you're gonna make money back too. Like if I have 15 cruise ships, I don't just have them sitting somewhere. They're gonna be making money. So this is a real problem. I'm making more money than I know what to do with. Oh, can you buy? I guess you can't buy the Mona Lisa more than once. But I can do this. You can only buy one Mona Lisa. Let's make some more movies. Let's buy out Disney. Teach them how to make proper entertainment again. Let's just dilute the cesspool that it is right now. Let's make. Oh, okay, all right. We're getting there. Let's make 50 movies. 500 movies? Yeah, 500 movies. That should be enough to dilute current Disney, that we can actually make it a good company again. We can just push past Snow White and just cover it up. And unfortunately, we're probably going to have to cover up Doomsday. I'm not very hopeful about that one either, unfortunately. Let's buy some more Super Bowl ads to promote our movies, of course. We bought 500 movies, but we're only buying, I guess we might as well buy 500 Super Bowl ads, right? There we go. All right, now we're getting up to some competent numbers. $72 billion. At this point, probably going to get bored with the old mansions, so got to double up on those. And fine, I'll buy out Boeing if I have to. Put some proper engineering controls on these, make Boeing great again. And then we'll make some movies about how we rescued Boeing from public scrutiny by making it a good company again. And people will love it so much they'll want to go to our new skyscrapers that are museums to my industry takeovers. 84.5 billion. Oh, we're almost there, guys. You know what? I'm going to daily drive Ferraris. So let's see. We need 52 of these. And then we're also going to have a monster truck for each week of the year, too. And then I'm just going to... How many of these can I... Okay. We're going to buy that many diamond rings. And I'm just going to start leaving them around, like, orphanages. So I just bought 1.5 million rings. And we're just going to visit orphanages and just, like, leave them in little baggies. And just watch things go crazy. So there we go. That's how I'd spend Bill Gates' money. Most of it. It's dumb. I know it's dumb. It's also not even my idea. I saw someone else do it on their video. I just wanted to imitate. I wanted to feel special. So let's talk about what I showed you earlier. I don't actually need the headset on for a bit because we're not watching videos. I can let these guys breathe. As you guys know, I am a bit of a maker. Let's go to this cam only shot. And I should probably tilt this down a little bit. There we go. So this is a little toolbox I've been working on. This is the Odd Job Entertainment Pine-Sil Solder Holder Revision 2. This is almost ready for release, but it does have a couple issues. The biggest of which is this little hump here. I don't know if this is coming through on stream, but that should not be there. That is caused by one of the contents pushing up through the bottom. And so I need to give it a little more clearance. But this is my new storage solution for my Pine-Sil soldering iron. So if you don't know what Pine-Sil is, it is this guy. They're fairly inexpensive actually. And what's really nice about them is it's very easy to swap the tips. And the tips are quite high quality. And you just slide them in as a ceramic cartridge, tighten down 2 screws, and you can have totally different performance characteristics. So this one here is for doing heat set insert tips. You have classic fine tip. Right now I have this kind of chisel tip on it. Nice for doing bigger things. You also have, you know, a blunt tip like that. So just a really nice soldering iron solution. What I wanted to accomplish with this is I wanted to have compact storage that fits all the things that I use regularly with my Pine-Sil and not a whole lot of extra. There is a solution made by someone else in the community. I mean, there's lots of Pine-Sil toolbox things. But the problem that I was running into is it seems like people either do a Gridfinity box for Pine-Sil or they do a toolbox, but they don't do both. And I want to do both. The advantage that that gives me is I press that flat, close this up, and I can put it in my toolbox. And since my toolbox is already Gridfinity spec'd because of the grid plates that I put in it, I can put stuff on top of this and not worry about it moving around. But then when I want to use it, I still have the full functionality of a toolbox. Now, there are some things I'm still waiting to come in the mail for this that particularly tie into this part here on the top. If you guys have any guesses as to what that might be, I'd love to see that. It should be somewhat obvious, but if anyone needs a helping hand, just keep an eye out for the next video. The way that this works as a toolbox is I have a 2.5mm stainless steel rod acting as the hinge pin. And then I have some cutouts in the lid that slides onto. And this just flips over and latches on to another pin that's through the front there. And then it snaps. Okay? So like I said, this is just about ready for release. There's just a few things that need to be tweaked before I'd feel good about letting other people use it. One of them being I like this holder that I designed. This is a rotating holder, so right now it has a locking position at 30 degrees and 0 degrees. But I want to give it a 60-degree position to tip it up more. And then I also want to improve the retention while it's in this flat position, because right now these can move around enough that they can actually come out of their holders, and I'm not a fan of that. I want them to be secure enough that I don't have to worry about them when I'm toting this thing around. The other thing I need to work out is this solder holder, or this solder spool, is sticking too high up from the bottom, so I need to sink that down a little more. That's what's pressing into the lid up here. So we need to work that part out. But I think that this is just about ready to go once we fix that. So let's open up Onshape and see what is required to do that. This should be really pretty quick, if I remember to turn off the outro. Now I gotta switch to my gamer glove so I can use my mouse with optimum efficiency. Another change that I was considering, but I don't think I'm actually going to do it, is I can make these hinges operate closer together to make this more seamless when the box is open. But I don't think I care that much about that defect, and I think that making it tighter could actually cause more issues, so I'm not gonna mess around with that. Let's hide the lid here, and let's tackle this problem first. So this fillet, let's suppress that. And then, how tall are you? 2.68. What's the distance between these two? 2 millimeters. Not a lot of room to work with. The easy solution, bump everything up another unit. That would make this 7 millimeters taller. It was fillet 10 that we suppressed to do that. So if we come back here to this one, and we make this a 10 instead, that will rebuild the bin to be just a little bit taller. Everything else should be basically good. It should literally just make things taller. Let's see what that does to this height. That should have increased it a bit. Yeah, 2.8. And now if we select that, oh my gosh. Oh, and then, okay, that's where, okay, so I need to change this extrude let's just send that down. Instead of doing it an offset distance, let's just do a blind and have it go down 2.5 centimeters. And if we hide the base, show the lid, we can extrude this up to be a millimeter off from that side. Okay, so that should fix the protrusion through the top. That'll give just a little bit more leeway in that vertical dimension. Now, if we focus on this rotating holder, you can see how I achieved that locking mechanism. This circle is the pivot point for the holder. And then on the base section, I have a little lobe that locks into each of these clickable spots. So technically, if you could push the holder down through the bottom, it would have a negative 30 degree locking position too. What we need to do to give this a 60 degree position is just take this lobe and copy it down here. So if we go to, what is this one doing? I don't know if I just broke something or not. I'm going to say that that was needed. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. That might bite me later. So if we edit sketch 19, and we make this coincident with that point, set these guys as equal. And with this dimension, we can define this as anything we want, really. I'm going to stick with 60 just because I know that that is what I would like it to be. But I could make this 45, right? I could make this 75. I can make it 90. 90 might not be bad. We might want to do a 90 as well. Sure, why not? Let's do 90. Just give the users more options. And then we can create an offset of the line to create a slot. And then if we change that dimension, now they will all be that same size. So then if we just finish that sketch, and then edit the extrude, we can get those slots included. And then I added a fillet on those to make them play a little nicer. So we need to edit this guy as well. And then I believe it's this mirror function. Oh, okay. I guess we can just do it here too. There we go. So now it has a -30 that can't be accessed, but then it has 0, 30, 60, 90. So 3 lockable positions for the rotating holder. Pretty neat, if I do say so myself. And to install this, it's actually really simple. You just shove it in there and you take advantage of the natural compliance of the plastic to be able to get it into place, and then it stays there. So really not too bad. I do need to check what happened on that guy. This needs to start at an important dimension. Okay, so that's from the bottom. That's 2 centimeters. Let's make sure that that is right. Yeah, my tallest heat set insert tool is 19 millimeters. And my smallest is 16. So, okay, that tracks. That should still be enough retention that everything's kosher there. I didn't show what this part is. I'm waiting for some tools to come in the mail to finish this, but I plan to have a iron holder that will flip up into position. And then the last thing that I think I need to add before I send this to print again is the retention mechanism when these things are in the collapsed state. So this is going to be pretty simple to do as well. When this thing is packed flat, I just don't want these tips to be able to move much. And when you're designing enclosures like this, a lot of people make the mistake of trying to constrain things too much. And the more you constrain something, the less convenient it is to pull something out when you want to use the tool. So for me to want to use this toolbox, it needs to be really easy to use, and I need to not have to worry about it. I think the easiest way to accomplish this is to just add some vertical walls between these soldering tips that basically hold it by that bezel when they are in the flat position. And because my pins aren't glued in, they are falling out. Some assembly is required. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, we make these equal, these equal, so that is vertical. I think they're already set to vertical. And if I take one of these tips, I should be able to just measure the height of that bezel. And it's measuring 7.4 millimeters. So I'm just going to kick that up to 8. Just to give myself a solid tolerance. And then I can make this line coincident with that line. I don't know where that piece I dropped went. I'll have to find that later. And then I know that at their thickest, these are about 6 millimeters in diameter. So if I grab the real thick boy, it's 5.5, but like I said, I'm going to call that 6 to make it so that I'm not making things harder on myself. And I think that's what this is set as. Oh, okay. All right, maybe not. Oh, this is where I set it. Okay. So I grab that line and that line. If I make that 0.3, and I make this 0.3. I'm going to grab that and that, set those all as equal. Set that as a 45. Okay, you with me here? Then grab those. Make that this same distance from down here. That's the offset of the original tip slots. And then we can extrude these. I'm going to do this one just for now, because this one doesn't need to come up as far as the other ones, else it will hit the pine sill itself. I want this one to only come up 1 centimeter, and that should put it just about at the halfway mark, maybe a little past, for the current slots as they stand. This guy and this guy, these do need to come up a little farther. Okay. And it's always best practice to try and reduce stress concentrations. Because we have a sharp corner there, that could introduce a stress concentration, and we can alleviate that fairly easily by introducing a fillet. And it'll also look nicer, I think. If we make that a little bigger, basically that will just help with the transition as it gets down to those lower depths. And we can apply that same fillet to this top face just to make things look a little more cohesive, but it will also reduce those stress concentrations again. Now, I've spaced things out that I shouldn't have any issue with collisions. This should still be able to slide in between the soldering tips as I have them. But what this will do is when this is in the flat pack position, let's see, let's do this. Let's put a section view here. Yeah, so when this is packed flat, these guys will just have a little bit of holding power to keep those tips where they're supposed to be. That's the goal. Looking at this perspective, I think I want to make these two just a titch taller. So 2.25 to 2.125. Yeah, I like that. Just trying to think, is there anything else I want to change before I send this to print? But I think that's really it. I was pretty happy with the design overall. I think that was just the only growing pains it was having. So more locking positions, better retention while packed flat, a little bit more vertical tolerance. The other holders are still working well. I can run through and show you the rest of the features that this has. So it does have the spool holder, and it's got a nicely formed retention slot for your AC power brick. It's got a spot for your tip tinner. This stuff, I haven't seen it as common in other people's kits, but it's really nice if you haven't used it. And I'm trying to take it out. I don't know why I'm trying to do that. But it's just this stuff. Little powdery thing. Am I actually showing you anything? Yes, I am. Okay, good. And you just stick your tip in there and it gets it nicely tinned. And then I've got a spot for two different kinds of flux. This is the liquid flux that I've been using. Really like that stuff. And then I've got some flux paste that comes with any beginner solder kit. If you don't use flux paste or soldering paste, you really should. It makes a big difference. It's so much easier to get good joints. Yeah, I mean that's all there is to it. Oh, and it has a spot for tweezers. So I have these titanium tweezers that you've seen in videos before. I really like the titanium because they are non-magnetic. So I think for working with the various kinds of soldering jobs that I'll be doing, that'll be nice to have on the fly. But yeah, it's just a real simple box. Holds everything I want to use, nothing that I don't, and it does have a desoldering wick slot too, because I end up having to take stuff apart a lot. And I can't wait to get the final version printed so I can glue all these pins in place and stop having them move around. But I don't need to print new hinges or clasps. Those are all the same. The only thing I need to print is this, this, and this. Okay. All right, now I'm going to switch scenes so that you guys are looking at my beautiful face for a minute. Because I need to do the batch management in Orca Slicer. And for other people's convenience, I'm going to put my small bits off on another plate so you guys still have an easy reference of where to pick those up. And then we're just going to send this to print. And that'll take 8.5 hours to do. Is what it is. But hopefully I will be uploading a finished build of this in the near future. And then this will be available on my Things profile. I think I've got some plans for it. I still have to think about what I'm actually going to do with it as far as distribution. But this should be a nice solution for people that want Gridfinity and toolbox storage for their Pine Sill Solars. So there we go. That one's done. I was debating building a bed frame on camera today, but I actually do just want to play some Star Citizen. We got new stuff going on in the game. Looks like there's a lot of cool stuff to check out. If I can get into the game, I think that's what we're going to do. One of my friends and viewers was telling me that they were having some issues getting in, so that if might do a lot of heavy lifting tonight. But let's give it a shot. Close all that down. Make sure joystick gremlin is on. I suppose I can switch back to the main screen. I've been in contact with Keychron. They're the manufacturer of my new keyboard. I still haven't gotten this analog function to work in game. That part has been very frustrating. I really wanted to be able to use the analog controls for moving my character around. But the game is like, no. And I haven't been able to get very clear communication from Keychron as of yet on how to fix that. With this being a new patch, I'm thinking that we're going to make a new character model. Oh, I totally forgot to go over my big announcement. I got a new job. This is really cool, guys. I got a new job with Utah Air Guns. I will be a student engineer working on their accessories line. So Utah Air Guns, they are a local airgun supplier / manufacturer, and they're trying to expand more into the development side of products. They've got some pretty popular stuff out there right now, and this is one of the biggest things they make. So this is a FX Impact M4 sniper airgun, and if you look at the base model here, it has a Picatinny rail on the top that's bolted on. But if we look back here, we see that this is a two-piece construction. This black piece is not integrated with this copper colored piece. And that led to some physical deformation in certain scenarios where if you pushed on the back plate here, it would flex and compress the magazine, and so it wouldn't operate very well. So their solution was to make this guy, this backbone piece, and this replaces those two sections with a single unibody part. And we've talked about some further improvements that we'll make to this that I will be working on, but this will probably be where I start. And I'm really excited about this, guys. It's my first segue into an actual engineering job. It is an internship, so the pay is not amazing, but this has some real opportunity to be a big opportunity for me in the future. So I'm really excited. It's design work. I really like doing design work. This is going to be something that I can just really run with. So I'm super stoked for this. I've got some other ideas that I can't talk about right now because, you know, I'll probably be implementing them in my new job. But yeah, be happy for me, guys. This is really, really cool. So I will be working with Utah Airguns on their Air Marksman line. And based off of what it sounds like, this could turn into a really big opportunity. As far as I know, I'm essentially the only engineer on staff. Technically can't call myself that yet because I haven't graduated yet. But, I mean, if I'm the only one there, that kind of makes me the chief engineer by default, doesn't it? You know, so depends on how you look at it. They also make this Loki rail. We've talked about some ways to make that a little better going forward too. But yeah, if anyone in the audience happens to be an airgun aficionado and you have any personal gripes about a airgun product that you have purchased in the past, let me know. I can get something done. I can make it better for you. So yeah, that's my new job. Student engineer at Utah Airguns. Really excited. And now let's get a female character model so that I can black out my character's armor. I wonder if there's a Is the search actually going to work? Why are you slow? You are slow. Why are you slow? Wills, you're going with full cannons? Why, man? Why? Alright, well, this website isn't working. I guess we're going to do things the slow way. Alternating fire is fun. Ugh. Okay, we're just gonna have to make an Ana de Armas. Okay, go with me here. Take that tone, brighten it up. You're gonna have to pull up a face picture. hue. She has light brown eyes. Kind of like that. Little darker. And then hair. Where's that He-Man haircut? Okay, then we gotta get the right color. There we go, natural color. Very dark brown hair. Okay, that's a unibrow. That Anna doesn't have a unibrow. This is where it gets weird. I still don't know like the best way to use these tools. She's got kind of big ears. Wait, where'd the sunspots come in from? We didn't give her sunspots. Okay, well that's a smoother skin texture. Is this a lot of work for a very marginal benefit in FPS combat? Yes. I don't feel like that's having the effect I want it to. Yeah, she looks too red now. what is that doing? Is that shifting the yellow? Looks like it. So something down there is closer. This is... Maybe it'll blend in better if we give her a little bit of blush. I don't know. This is hard, guys. Why is making people hard? Yeah, of these options, I think that that's definitely closer. Yeah, because that adds back in the, what are those called, wingtips? Why are they all multiple piercings? What about just a simple one? Oh, crap. Okay, don't click out all the way. It's weird seeing all the disembodied heads. I feel like we're still missing something with the jaw. She has a stronger jaw shape than I've given her. Yeah. Yeah, that's worse. That's not closer. Set the eyes further back. Whoa! Eyes are bugging around her head all of a sudden. I don't know. What do you guys think? That might be the best I can do. Not enough letters. Dang it. Let's just call it proto. Skip, we know how to play the game. I don't need to do that. And I've been doing most of my stuff in Pyro, but now all the new stuff is in Stanton. So maybe for this patch we let's switch it up. Let's hang out in Stanton. Let's see what we got. We'll go with New Babbage. Hospitals struggle to cope with influx of queries. Concerned citizens are spending hours in lines demanding answers. Hospital staff are dealing with a record number of queries from civilians concerned that their imprints are no longer viable and are requesting refunds or threatening legal action in response to the recent news of the failing tech. Staff urge people to avoid queuing outside trauma centers due to the impact it has on other essential services. Headhunters make way in Stanton. Leaked advocacy memo reveals that the Pyro-based gang is expanding their operations into Stanton. Bioticorp confirms mass regen failure. Imprints no longer... Oh, okay. All right. We kind of know what it says anyway. It's not that big a deal. All right, so the whole reason why we did that rigmarole to make a female character model, besides secretly being a turbo weeb, is because when you equip a specific Morozov set, this one to be precise, I want to make sure I'm doing the right arms. I don't think those are the right arms. Where's the right helmet? Okay, yeah, it's the brush drift. We need to make sure we're doing the brush drift arms. What the heck? Oh, there we go. Okay, let's do that. There we go. There's a brush drift set. Those are brush drift legs. Brush drift core, brush drift backpack. And we can equip ammo and stuff without feeling like we're going to lose anything. This already has the tweaker stuff on it, though, so that's as good as it gets for that. Let's throw one of those in our pocket. Grab one of those. Alright, here is the big reveal. If you have a male character model, these lights on the forehead are on, as we saw in the Drake video from earlier. But if you're using the female character model, the lights are off, which helps black this out just a little bit more. So when you are doing some FPS content, you have heavy armor, no lights to give you away, helps you be just a little sneakier. Kind of same concept with the Rose skin from Modern Warfare 2019, except I don't think that this is nearly as abusive as that. With that, you were wearing like black latex the whole time, and it was very hard to see that character model. I don't think this one's that bad. But it does look like we were able to get right in, so that's good. I bought a ship in my last play session, and so I'm down on credits a little bit. But I've still got 2 mil in the bank. I do need to go get me some armor, or ammo though. Don't leave, wait! Whew! So yeah, just without those little extra lights, you can blend in a little better. That's why we made a female character model. And that. Wrong stop. Oh, no! No! Crap! No! Crap! Star Citizen, don't do this to me! No! It wouldn't be Star Citizen if it didn't have bugs. I'll join back on ya. In a press conference today, representatives from Biotic Corp announced that regeneration is failing at an alarming rate. In spite of Biotic Corp's historic track record of successful regeneration in 99% of past cases, we can confirm that due to unforeseen, unknown factors, the process has recently begun to fail the majority of the time. While we investigate the issue, customers are advised to be extra cautious, but please be assured that we have our best minds working on resolving the problem. The people of Terra suspected that something was amiss after an explosion rocked down. I didn't get to it. Shoot me a party invite, Wills. Should probably pop into the Discord too. Ahoy! All right, give me another sound check.
Hello, hello.
All right, okay. Stream can hear you. No FCC violations.
I'll try, but it's like late for me, so it's like we won't jump Thursday.
All right, let's try the tram again and not get off at the wrong stop.
When I get there, I'll just wait in a medium heater.
Do you watch Reacher, Severance, or Invincible? Either of those three?
Nope, I don't watch TV shows at all.
We should be getting a new episode of Reacher tonight. That's the only one that's still going on. Severance had its finale last week. So did Invincible. Two really good shows, I think.
I would love to watch them, but like the only time I would have to for availability is at my parents' house, and I don't particularly like watching shows with my mom. Like, she does not allow me to fidget.
Yeah, well, I don't think I could convince my parents to watch any of those shows. Invincible is very violent. They would not be down for that.
My parents watch Reacher. My dad has seen Invincible, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. If anything, I would involve. See, the whole
You're cutting out a lot. I'm struggling to understand you.
My bad. It's probably college Wi-Fi on top of stupid dumb AirPods.
Alright, I didn't get off of Tobin.
Going into new beverage now.
Alright.
Well, at least I'm 1 megameter away.
1 mega mommy.
1 mummy meter away.
Yeah. Alright, so are the P8 mags still bugged where they have infinite capacity?
I think so, but the new Voltage weapon has infinite ammo. The new weapon has like no ammo waste.
Oh, really? The Volt weapons don't?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's the one that I really want to get anyway, so I'll just save my effort for that.
Yes.
Let's see here. So, personal weapon attachments. Got to get ourselves some... Yeah, still 0 micro SCU. So, P8s, you can store an infinite number of them.
Now you don't lose the P8s.
And now you don't lose P8s. So it's like, yeah. Yay, tier 0. Woo!
Only things you actually do lose is grenade launchers.
Oh, you do lose launchers?
Yes, you lose launchers now. They're blacklisted from tier 0.
I picked one up in our last game session. I was going to start just maining it because I couldn't lose it, but I guess I'll keep it a little.
You lose it. Yeah. Like, it would not make sense for you to be able to keep that. They are, after all, one of the the stronger unit weapon types.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it does make it pretty broken if you can just keep those forever. the grenade spam would get insane very quick.
Like, yeah, entire orgs would just be running grenade launchers with railguns.
Consumables, there it is. All right. Give me some of these. And if I was smart, I would have just bought them into my backpack, but I always forget to do that.
You can do that?
Yeah, if you change the buy location to your backpack, it'll just put it in your backpack instead of in the station inventory. So they should probably just make that the default to make it less frustrating. But it is an option that exists. Alright, so I've got my character equipped. Yep, we're going to start seeing a lot more Artemex armor now that people don't lose them.
Yep. You'll be starting to see a lot more rare sets.
Which I think is good overall. I just think Tier 0 is not the best implementation.
No, it's definitely not at all.
I think they could have waited till Tier 1 or 2 and would have been a lot less anxiety inducing for gameplay balance. But hopefully this won't be that long.
Hopefully, yeah.
I mean, they got the Carrack modules to have opening doors. That didn't take too long.
Oh. That doesn't look too good for my cotton. Got it. That. Please don't blow up. Yay, it didn't blow up. I can stuff that Ursa right there. Nothing.
So I watched a video from Captain Foxy Loxy. He got himself a Scorpius from Weekalo, and it had 4 power plant slots over the 2 on the standard Scorpius.
Mm-hmm.
So it
all
seems
the
like
ships from all the craftable ships will have somewhat better components.
well, I mean, this meant that he had the ability to equip twice the number of power plants.
It also means twice the amount of EM signature that you can get off of that.
Yeah, but I mean, you can mix and match. You can get your EM signatures back down. And I don't think he tried to put other elements in there, but maybe you could add additional shielding. You know, maybe there's some interchangeability between what kinds of components can be put in those slots. Could be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
All right, let's check contract manager. Good old call to arms. We're back in Stanton. Got to do that.
Oh my god, I've got 14 collections. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the heck? Did one Wicklow mission, and now I have 14 Wicklow missions.
Nice. Bring... I have a mission for him. Bring one chile birria burrito. I mean, let's just start with this, I guess, right?
Yes, that's the one you got to start with.
All right, Tundra Copian Horn. I don't want you to necessarily give these to me. I want to.
I don't have them. I don't have them at all.
Okay.
I was just bringing up a ship to go and hunt them.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I need to collect them also.
Pips Q66, Chile Birria Burrito.
Yes. We can get the burrito and the pip at Fort Presley.
At where?
Fort Presley. Or Fort Presley.
Just above the planet here. Are you already landed?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in my hangar.
Okay, I'll just come to you then.
Yeah.
And then we got to go hunt for Copian, Tundra Copian.
Yeah, it should be here on Microtech.
Yeah, I just got to find a snowy spot. Yeah, let's see. I'll come in on this side so I don't get stuck behind the Ursa. Oh, look, there's a fuse.
I don't know if you want to say your spawn in here.
That's probably a good idea, huh?
Yeah.
I'll do that. Oh, look, another fuse.
Yeah, this side. What did I say? H3 NC data center H3. Oh, it would help if I'm not in quantum.
Going a little faster than you anticipated?
No, I didn't have my shields available.
Oh.
See. There we go, that one. Okay. And you're lifting up.
So if we know that we can get the pips super easy, I feel like we focus on the tundra things first, right?
Yeah.
Can I not ping for you from the seat?
Right.
Guess not.
It seems like every time someone gets in or out of a seat, like whatever quantum path just deletes itself. So if you set a route, it just goes and deletes itself.
Nice. Okay. All right. Well, I won't. I'll try not to mess up your routes then.
I need to get out of this planet, Greg. There we go. There's the one I want.
Did you already do some Wicklow missions? Is that how you got that armor?
No, this is the $30 pack.
Oh, okay. All right. Soldier.
I've only done yeah, I've only done one Wicklow mission.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted the weapon that came with this pack.
It does look pretty cool. Looks like the horns are kind of glowing.
They are. I'll send you a small image I took earlier. Okay, look at the Citizen channel in the Discord.
Is that a ship out ahead of us?
There's two.
I'm gonna.
They're both just serial numbers.
I'm gonna hop in a turret. I think you can do pings from turrets, can't you?
Does not seem like it.
Oh, good. Gotta turn it on though.
Oh.
Alright. As I guess no pings from turret.
Well, there's an org member. Oh my.
Is it snowy enough here for us to... Okay, I guess there's snow, huh? I was just seeing a lot of brown.
Yeah. But it is completely night right now. was with Redline here earlier, I believe. There should be copiums somewhere here.
Boreal Quasi-Grazer.
Yeah. Not what we need though.
No. They live to have their weird mammal eggs another day.
We'll see a Polaris over there, never know.
I assume you are just like constantly pinging, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like it used to give updates on what that would show to the passengers, but I'm not seeing much of that now. We're going to find a pack of these copia, and this is going to be a slaughter.
Yeah.
Val, like, as in Valexian?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard that they were like on the edge of snow and grass.
Hmm. I mean, it is just kind of a look and see, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there's some pings down... What are those? There's some pings down below us, behind us.
Might have been the Oreo, whatever.
Oh, yeah, those are grazers. Never mind. Yeah. Oh, maybe it is pinging for me? It's just not doing the animation? Because there's some boreal grazers up ahead, too. I mean, they just want to procreate, man. You don't need to punish them for not being Copian.
Yes, they need to be punished for that reasons, especially.
More grazers. A lot of grazers. Where's the things that eat them?
Might be up there. Okay, I need to change some settings again. I thought Polaris was an 890 for a second.
No, just different big ship being flown by a single pilot.
No, it's not a pilot at the moment. It's so much more helpful it was actually daytime.
I mean, will be eventually.
Yeah.
At this rate, you know?
Yep.
Do you mind if I swap in and fly for a bit?
Yeah, you're fine. That's fine.
Can you see the animation for scanning when I'm doing the ping?
Don't think so. I think that they just go up.
Okay. Oh, aren't you fancy? All right, so I was getting the white markers. From the turret. Why does 200 meters per second feel so slow?
I had it set to like 100.
Obsidian deposit. Love having this Tobii eye tracker for stuff like this. You know, look around and check your pings super quick. Quasi grazers. More mining deposits. Is that just more? It's probably just more grazers, right? Yeah. More grazers. You know, they're gonna dupe us, right? And then they're gonna be asking for just tons of Boreal quasi-grazer eggs next week. And we're gonna be like, ah, man, we should have collected all those weird mammal eggs. Lots of grazers. Yeah, are those grazers?
Yeah,
okay.
Grazers everywhere.
I mean, if I was a Copian, this is where I'd want to be. This is where all the food's at. A lot of grazers. I wish that they didn't overlap so much. It, like, you can kind of tell that, like, that first letter is Boreal, and so you know it's not what you're looking for, but
Mm-hmm.
Guys selling Volt rifles, 300k a piece. From what I've seen, it doesn't seem like those are that hard to get. That sounds really steep, doesn't it?
I mean, Redline was selling like P8s for about 200 a piece.
I guess when everyone has millions of credits right now, any price is good.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna switch over 90 degrees, pursue a different azimuth. More grazers.
If you got the golden ticket from that one event, you can now purchase a F8C for like $300.
Candid Prol, is this Fortnite? No, this is not Fortnite, man. Come on. This is Star Citizen. Okay, there's some Marok over there. Haven't seen any of those. Okay, these now say desert quasi-grazers. Have we gone too far outside the biome?
Yeah.
No, there's still Boreal.
Yeah, try AAE. Jumping back to AAE. Yeah, look up in the search bar and just put in AAE.
You're talking like quantum marker?
Quantum jump, yeah.
Where's AAE?
Yeah. You type in the full name, everything. If we can, there we go.
I'm gonna fly higher. I can't see much. What do you think? If I try and type that in, is it gonna work out for me? Or do you have to just kind of hover and find it?
No, I just do typing AA, capital AA3.
And it does pull up?
Capital AAE. Yeah, it pops up. I wonder if we have to go directly to that site to find them.
Ah, Dark Matter gave up.
Yeah. A player in a Terrapin 17 KML. And there's a player in an F7.
Okay. Well, I mean, if they bother us, we should be fine. We're in the good old Connie.
What?
Found some.
Nice.
Looks like we got 4 here.
Nice. Land us near him and I'll get him. As soon as we get 3, we just get.
Okay, not the greatest landing. Hopefully you can get out.
Where are they?
Ahead of the ship.
Oh.
Okay, and there's one more over that next hill to your right. Yeah, there you go. That should be all 4 of them.
Now, where's the body of the last one I lost to?
To your, is that your feet? Left? There you go. Oh, you just walked over it.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, now we just need to find 2 more of these guys, and we'll have a set of 3 for both of us.
No, you don't have to. I've already got my thing done.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I've already got my basic mission done.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll loot these then.
Yeah, that's what I was putting them in the ship for.
And then we can go buy some burritos and some drinks.
And if one decides it's going to face you with
Yeah, did we lose number 3? Okay. There you
It's right here. My bad.
I'll just grab them here. We don't need the bodies. They've served their purpose. All right, Port Tressler.
Yep.
Funny how they're still growling. Maybe they're not for you. I don't know, because you're the one that killed them. But they don't seem to know that they're dead from my perspective.
Yeah, they don't know they're dead either for me.
I mean, kind of obnoxious to find those things, but I do like this, going on a little scavenger hunt. I think as they add more mechanics like this, it'll get a bit more detailed. Like, you'll be able to know, oh, well, Copian tend to herd around quasi-grazers because they eat the quasi-grazers. And, you know, like, you could start to figure out these relationships between different things that you're looking for. That, as a first foray into exploration, I think that this is kind of a cool start. Does the Connie only have the 2 fuse slots? I could have sworn it had more.
More what?
Fuses for me to steal from you?
No, it only has 2.
Okay. Just tell me once we're landed. I'll go down the elevator, go buy the stuff real quick, and we can get on our way.
If you... That's why it took forever to leave atmosphere. I still have my speed limiter on.
You're just playing it too safe, Wills. I'm your own personal hybrid V audio right now. I'm critiquing your landing. Oh no!
What?
Fell through the station.
Oh no.
Exit to menu. Because I was straight up falling. I was probably going to hit the planet at some point, so... This should put me back there at the station, though. That was my last save point. So it shouldn't be that big a deal. The people of Terra suspected that something was amiss after an explosion rocked downtown New Austin last month, and a shocking number of imprinted people failed to regenerate. Mirabelle Niven, a retired school teacher, lost her twin sons Aros and Delamont Niven in the blast. We spent so much getting imprints, the rep promised us it would work, so we were sure it was worth it, and now my boys are dead. That is sad. Scientific research to resolve regen crisis demanding rare resources. Alright, we still haven't finished it. There's still more lore to discover. We need longer loading screens, Wills.
I've had like several times where it's 10-minute loading screens. No, 10 minutes plus loading screen.
Yeah, that can be a 4.2 feature, longer loading screen, so you can read the lore cards. All right, so we need pips. Oh shoot, did it take my mission away?
It's fine, as long as you have the materials, we can get it as well.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I can just accept it again. Okay. Q66. Which I guess is the pink one. And then we need the Chile Birria Burrito. He sells wieners here. So I'm probably going to have to go to the commissary for that, right?
I think so. I don't know. Last time I was here, I didn't go in. I was just sitting in the cars.
Alright, alright. Alright, if I was a burrito, where would I be? I would be in the food court. I wish I were an Oscar Mayer wiener. That is what I really want to be. 'Cause if I were an Oscar Mayer wiener, everybody take a bite of me. Citrus beef, moussaka, chile birria burrito. Alright, do the inventory. We got 3 Copian horns, 1 pips, 1 burrito. So basically this is how a Banu billionaire does DoorDash. He's got more money than he knows what to do with. He's got all this stuff to give away. So he just gives it away and we pick up his groceries for him.
Well, effectively, yeah.
Alright, coming back to the hangar. I think we both hit the button at the same time. Alright, let's go see this onion face.
Getting into top turret.
Okay. Are you able to call us out of here? Or should be able to.
Yeah, I've got the pilot seat for that.
Will it not let me do it here? Alright, get us out of here.
Yeah, it's my hangar. I can only call it out.
Yeah, that's really dumb. They need to fix that. Don't want to see me try and do a U-turn in this thing?
No.
Oh, wait. Where are we going?
Over yonder.
Let's make me go to this one that's 36 gigamommies out. I had a viewer get really tilted in my last video where I talked about units in Star Citizen. They were trying to correct me, and it's like, meters is a well-established metric unit, and it comes in giga and mega. It's like, I know, dude, but the people that I was playing with in Redline were calling it giga mommies and gamer miles.
No one referred to it what it's actually supposed to be called. No one.
Well, it was just funny because it's like, of all the people to get tilted at over the metric system, like, I love the metric system. I think it makes a lot more sense. We should just switch. But he got real twisted over that. I was like, come on, man. It was a joke. Read the room. Whoa. Okay, what's going on? What's going on with that?
What happened? I definitely want to see how the new weapons fare in PvP.
Yeah, I mean that I think they look really cool. I think the wild lightning effect definitely is a hindrance though in PvP. Because it makes it harder to aim from what I've been able to see in video.
Well, I mean, I have a laser on mine. And what, like, at first it's just firing like a Karna rifle, and then it starts lightning.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just points and kills.
Yeah, so I think for that Karna state, it's probably pretty good. But then once it switches over to the lightning, it's like, kind of just killed it.
I mean, we can test the damage after we get over there.
Mm-hmm.
No way we can't. We literally can't, because like it's an armistice zone. But you can take out weapons.
Mm. So he's got his own little asteroid cluster. Unique little arrangement here. Yeah, I need to go for that central... I need to go for these spires, right?
I believe so, yeah. I got a nice and shiny multi-tool.
Very nice, Wills. Very nice.
Yeah. Papa happy.
Come on, Wicklow. Where you at, man? It's playing the nice reveal music, but I'm not seeing where to land yet. Okay, I don't think it's there. Here we go. Alright, opposite the spires, it seems. Yes, I can. Pad is ready. All right. Okay, all right. We are landed. Give 5 Wicklow favors, get 1 ship surprise. Give 8 Wicklow favors, big ship surprise. And give 12 Wicklow favors, super ship surprise. Whoa! My guy! Do you not take damage here?
No.
Jeez. And then, what do we got over here? Give 50 Karenite, 1 Wicklow favor, 24 Quantanium for a Polaris bit, 10 Karenite, 20 Jaslium for a weapon surprise. Okay. How many Polaris bits for a Polaris?
A lot.
I mean, I'd have to assume so, right? It's not like you can just give them 24 SCU of... and it said trade here, so do I just put the stuff here on the freight elevator?
Just drop them on the, you drop them on the freight elevator.
Alright. We're trusting the freight elevator.
Only thing we can do.
I don't like it.
Who does?
Says they're on there. It gave me the confirm thing.
Before I go out to bed, come over here.
Okay, got the pips, I got the burrito. Okay, it said it did give me the 3 out of 3. Alright, okay. So what did that give me?
Access to the rest of the mission goal.
Okay. So now I can target farm for the stuff I want. Can make fun change to gun if you want. If you know like saying it not baby skull, have other choice. Use Copian skin for pattern but use tooth instead. dangle, still effective and shoot better. Alright. Alright, gotta take my time through here. I haven't actually been here yet. But, got some nice ceramic pottery. Little plant displays. Some throw rugs. He's a stylish guy. Little Van Duel models on display. Very, very nude. Little avant-garde. Is that a Van Duel skull? It has a plaque here. This skull has been preserved from a Van Duel foot soldier killed during the Battle of Vega II on August 5th, 2945. Okay, yeah. Okay. Neat. Be a hero to your homeworld. Enlist now! It's got a mop bucket on display. Was fascinated to see this for first time. Seems so simple, but so very complicated. Mops do be like that. Feels like we're always trying to invent some other new way to mop, and all it needs to do is just push detergent around. Some artwork, maybe Battle of Vega. Strange birds made of wood. Don't know why they made. Funny. Yes, our rooster statues. Very nice. What is this? This looks like it's just part of a component. Is this just a shield generator? It's not tilted like the other shield generators, though. Productivity machines. Learn that humans need chemical supplements to maintain productivity. Include these clever machines to make tasty drink. He's got a whole line of coffee makers. You got your basic paper cone machine, all the way up to the very very fancy espresso machine.
So that's how you get upstairs.
Oh, okay. Is there some more goodies hidden around?
No, most likely not. But how you would get upstairs.
Looks like various plant life. Some nice blades. A couple katanas. Knives. There's our good old spoon. Bad way to go. Humans like weapons and create interesting ways to warp metal to make. Collected over many, many years. All have very interesting construction method. Game over, man. Game over. It's got all the vending machines and the arcade machines on display. It's cute. I like it. Happy Pets. Had friend who lived in Pyro. Strange human. Kept Big Copian as pets. Called them Simbi, George, and Chewy. They look very angry but very cute. Gave me old collars they didn't need. Cartoon all on display. What do we got here? Oh, these are the artifacts that we've seen hinted at. Don't know what they really do yet, but maybe that's a Wicklow thing. Skull on display. Xenothreat armor. Okay. So he did the missions. He earned the rep to get the Xenothreat armor. Good for him. More gems. Marok display. picture of his homeworld, maybe. Some grazers. This one didn't know that he was about to get taxidermied. He's just realizing that now. Got the gross bug things. Ugh. Exciting drink. Wicklow was very hungry and traveling with Soli on first trip through human space. This first human drink I consume. So good. When you think about how much sugar drinks started with when like Coca-Cola first came out versus how much is in it now, I wonder what a Pips in 2945 tastes like. It's going to be so much sugar. Fairy Tale Adventures. So he likes Shrek. He's a classy guy. Ship displays. Sure would be cool if CIG would let us print these out, you know, and do some 3D models, but instead you can only get super overpriced ones from JRDF, which is really dumb. I mean, I'd love to have a little Nova tank on my desk. It's got a nice assortment, though. Good spread of representation there. You are repeating yourself, Wicklow. Did you die, Wills?
A chance. Look at the tier 0 item recovery thing, though.
Yeah, are you able to loot your stuff back? And like,
Yeah, it looted my ammo back.
But you can't get the armor back, right? Because that would be duping it.
Like, look at what it shows when you try and loot it.
Yeah, it gives me some hard stops, like a no. This item is tied to the owner's account and cannot be looted. All right. I want to finish on that one, so I'm going to keep walking around the room.
Yeah.
Got some Copion on display, more artifacts. Divested from old Isosuli. Isosuli gave to me on divestment personal objects they obtained in travel. Very old Mina Latu Wicklow. Got some cool kinetic sculpture thing going on there. Kind of neat. Port Olisar. Located in the trade lanes above Crusader, Port Olisar offers... Oh, shoot, that goes way too fast. But we all know Port Olisar. You... Give him 10 Haslium, 10 Marok Pearls, and 1 Lemon Sea Nut. And he'll give you one of these. These look like the same rifle model, but they've got a different tooth on them. Are they actually different variants, or is it just a rendering thing?
I mean, I've got one variant right here.
Yeah, okay. Hold that. That one doesn't have the tooth on it. So, do they get like a randomized skin and attachment?
No clue.
Yeah, because these attachments are different too. Yeah, those are like the baby skulls he was talking about. Okay. So it looks like you can kind of pick different skins. If you like the more military skin, you can target farm for that one. If you want the more flamboyant Copian skin, or more I don't know what the word for that is, like where it just has a lot more detail built in. I'm not a super fan of that on guns myself. I like the more classic camos, but something for everyone. And you can get the armor, 30 Saldinium, 20 Karenite, 5 Cave Copian Horns, 5 Marok Pearls, 1 can of Fizzberry flavor for this guy. Alright, so I think that's everything except for the big elephant in the room, which now has a tribute stuck on top. That garbage out of here. Jeez. This is the... Whoa, 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 whoa. It moved back. It snaps back to where you leave it. I think. Yeah, you try and move it and see if it'll stay after you move it.
It will move.
It's in the way of the display piece, Wills.
You don't like my tribute to myself?
I want to see the Atlas unadulterated first. So, I mean, these look like they're size 1s, right? It wouldn't make sense for them to be any bigger than that.
They're most likely 2s.
You think they're 2s?
Yeah.
So you think you can walk around with 2 size 2s on your arms?
Yep.
That seems broken. They've got to be 1s. And there's not a way to get into it, but it is clearly an Atlas. Is there a way to earn that guy?
Mystery ship, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Alright, and then you're saying that there's an upstairs. We kind of got a hint of that over here.
Like there is an upstairs, but you can't actually get into it.
Is that how you died?
Yeah, I had to backspace because of that.
Ah.
Yeah, okay.
I see. Yes, this is quite the predicament.
You take no damage.
Well, this seems like a natural stopping point for the game anyways tonight. It is 12:29, 12:30. We finished our mission. We got to check out Wicklow's lab. He's a classy guy. He's got a nice assortment of stuff. Lots of things to trade for. He does talk a lot. Leaves himself on repeat. Kind of rude. You know, generally you want to take yourself off comms when you have nothing new to say. But he's still learning. You know, he's new to this Earth society. Let's go through the run through. If you liked this content, feel free to like, share, comment, and subscribe to get future content like this. We do engineering and video game content, and then we get merged with our viewers. And if you have the means, special shout out to our channel members. Orbital Bombardiers and above get special mention in each and every stream that we do, and it helps directly support the channel. I greatly appreciate it. Just to recap on what we talked about today, we talked about the new Bambu H2D. We made some updates to this storage box for my soldering iron. Talked about the new job that I got. Very exciting stuff. And then we went and hung out with Wiggalo. So, pretty busy night. But that is all I have for you folks. Like, share, comment, subscribe, do all the YouTube things. And until next time, this is Oddjob Entertainment, signing off.